Hello, good morning. Welcome to Global News on Signature TV. I am Christopher Lele. In the headlines. First remembrance prayers for Buhari to hold Monday. Togo, two others owe Nigeria $12.66 million for electricity. Law schools warns against wearing wig, gown before call to bar. And death toll from China's storms rises to 15 with hundreds injured. Details in a moment.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Former presidential media aide Bashir Ahmad has announced plans for a prayer and remembrance gathering to mark the first anniversary of the death of former President Muhammadu Buhari. In a statement shared on his official X page on Tuesday, Ahmad said the event would be held on Monday, July 13, to honor Buhari's life and years of service to Nigeria. Ahmad described the late former president as a leader who dedicated his life to the service of Nigeria with commitment, integrity, discipline and patriotism, adding that his contributions to national development would remain part of the country's history. He said family members, friends, associates and Nigerians would come together in prayer and reflection while offering prayers for Allah to forgive Buhari's shortcomings, grant him Al-Jannah Firdaus, and continue to comfort his family and loved ones and the nation. Buhari died on July 13, 2025 at the age of 82 in a London clinic after a prolonged illness. His remains were later flown back to Nigeria, where he was buried in his hometown of Daura, Katsina State. The late president served as Nigeria's democratically elected leader from May 29, 2015 to May 29, 2023, becoming the first opposition candidate in the country's history to defeat an incumbent president after winning the 2015 presidential election. He was re-elected in 2019 and completed his second term in 2023. President Bola Tinubu has directed the Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Commission to investigate major global technology companies and generative artificial intelligence platforms over allegations of anti-competitive practices and unlawful exploitation of the content of Nigerian media organizations. The move followed a joint petition submitted to the presidency by the Nigerian Press Organization, an umbrella body comprising the Newspaper Proprietors Association of Nigeria, the Nigeria Union of Journalists and the Broadcasting Organizations of Nigeria, and the Guild of Corporate Online Publishers. The directive conveyed to the FCCPC through the Minister of Information and National Orientation, Mohammed Idris, could open a new chapter in the relationship between global digital platforms and Nigeria's media industry, which has for years complained about the declining revenues and the increasing use of its content by technology companies without compensation. A statement issued by the Director of Corporate Affairs at the FCCPC, Ondaje Ijago, said the investigation would focus on allegations against major technology companies, including Meta, Alphabet, which owns Google and X, formerly known as Twitter, as well as certain generative AI platforms operating in Nigeria. The Executive Vice Chairman and Chief Executive Officer of the FCCPC, Tunji Bello, said the Commission would conduct an independent transparent, and evidence-based investigation into the allegations. The FCCPC said the probe will focus on allegations of market dominance and possible anti-competitive conduct by global technology companies. Another major area of investigation is the alleged unauthorized extraction, scrapping, ingestion, and commercial utilization of copyrighted news articles, broadcast materials, and other authentic journalistic content for the development and training of generative artificial intelligence models. Chief of Staff to the President, Femi Gbajabiamila, has threatened a 10 billion naira defamation lawsuit against Prince Adeyemi over allegations linking him to murder, bribery, and other criminal activities. A legal letter dated July 6, 2026 and signed by lawyers from Pinheiro LP on behalf of Gbajabiamila demanded that Adeyemi withdrew the claims, issued a public apology, and remove all related materials from various platforms. The legal action followed a June 25 press conference where Adeyemi accused Gbajabiamila of demanding a share of an alleged 27.4 billion naira takeoff grant linked to the Presidential Foreign Intervention Promotion Council, PFIPC. Gbajabiamila's lawyer rejected the claims as false, defamatory, and damaging to his reputation. They said the allegations were designed to portray him as corrupt, dishonest, and unfit to hold public office. The lawyers also stated that Gbajabiamila had never met or had any official interaction with Adeyemi, describing the accusations as reckless and malicious. His lawyers argued that the council could not be considered fake because it appeared in the 2026 Appropriation Act and received government budget allocations. Gbajabiamila's legal team gave Adeyemi 72 hours to comply with their demands, warning that failure to do so would lead to criminal defamation proceedings and a civil lawsuit seeking 10 billion naira in damages. In another development, the controversy surrounding the alleged Presidential Fiscal and Infrastructure Projects Council, PFIPC, deepened on Monday as human rights lawyer Femi Falana alleged that police operatives arrested the father of Prince Adeyemi Adeniyi, the central figure in the ongoing forgery investigation linked to the purported council. Falana said police stormed the family's residence in Ogbomoso, Oyo State, where Adeniyi's father and a family friend were reportedly taken into custody. Residents of the area also claimed that several police officers arrived at the residence in multiple vehicles before taking the elderly man. The controversy has resulted in criminal charges over alleged forgery, impersonation, and related offenses involving Adeniyi. The matter has come up in court on multiple occasions, with prosecution filing charges while police investigations continue. The Council of Legal Education has warned candidates awaiting the call to bar to stop wearing barristers' regalia and presenting themselves as qualified legal practitioners before they are formally admitted to the Nigerian bar. The warning was contained in a notice signed by the Secretary to the Council and Director of Administration, Aderonke Osho, issued by the Nigerian Law School and made available on Tuesday. The Council said it had observed an unacceptable trend of candidates circulating invitations, photographs, and videos of themselves dressed in full legal regalia, the wig and gown, and portraying themselves as qualified lawyers on social media. According to the notice, some candidates had also addressed themselves as barristers and solicitors of the Supreme Court and appended the title Esquire to their names before being officially called to the bar. The Council said such actions contravene Section 22 of the Legal Practitioners Act, which regulates who may practice as a legal practitioner in Nigeria. It also frowned on candidates wearing wigs and gowns with unauthorized casual or non-proscribed clothing, describing the practice as inconsistent with the dignity and decorum of the legal profession. According to the Council, the conduct violates Rule 45 of the Rules of Professional Conduct. The Council directed all affected candidates to immediately remove all offending posts, photographs, videos, and related content from social media and other online platforms. It warned that failure to comply could attract disciplinary measures and affect a candidate's eligibility and fitness to be called to the Nigerian bar. The University of Calabar, UDCAL, has suspended 19 students over alleged examination misconduct, following recommendations by the Student Disciplinary Committee. The suspension order is contained in a letter signed by the Director of Administration, Dr. Citizen Ekbo, on behalf of the institution's registrar, Dr. Chukwuka Icha, which was made available to newsmen on Tuesday in Calabar. Speaking to journalists on the suspension, Mr. Ifyong Eyo, head Public Relations Unit, said the letter followed approval by the University Senate after consideration of the committee's recommendations. Eyo said that the affected students were suspended for one academic session covering the 2025 to 2026 session. The federal government has announced plans to evacuate 270 Nigerian nationals from South Africa as part of ongoing efforts to repatriate citizens affected by renewed xenophobic attacks and deteriorating security conditions in the country. The evacuation will be carried out on the 4th special flight operated by Air Peace, which is scheduled to depart Lagos for Johannesburg on Tuesday, July 7, 2026, before returning to Nigeria with the affected citizens. According to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the aircraft left Lagos at 3:30 p.m. and returned with 270 registered evacuees, marking another phase in the government repatriation program for Nigerians willing to return home. The flight is expected to leave Johannesburg at 12 p.m. and arrived at the Murtala Mohammed International Airport, Lagos, at about 5 a.m. Wednesday, July 8, 2026, subject to operational conditions. According to a statement issued by the spokesperson of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Kimebe Ibefa, on Monday in Abuja, an Air Peace aircraft deployed for the evacuation exercise would depart Lagos for Johannesburg. The latest operation marks the 4th evacuation flight organized by the federal government in its ongoing efforts to facilitate the voluntary return of Nigerian citizens from South Africa. Meanwhile, the federal government has issued a final call to Nigerian nationals in South Africa to complete their documentation and take advantage of the ongoing evacuation program amid the persistent xenophobic attacks and growing security concerns. The Lagos state government has apprehended 396 beggars in a renewed crackdown on street begging, saying those arrested will be profiled, provided with necessary assistance, and returned to their respective states. The Commissioner for Environment and Water Resources, Tokunbo Wahab, disclosed this in a statement shared on his X page on Tuesday. According to Wahab, operatives of the Lagos State Environmental Sanitation Corps, popularly known as the KAI Corps, arrested the beggars as part of the state's ongoing campaign to sanitize the environment and tackle illegal activities. The commissioner added that the arrested persons will not only be profiled, but also receive support where necessary before being repatriated. He said the initiative reflects the government's commitment to maintaining public order, protecting the environment, and ensuring a cleaner, safer, and more secure Lagos for all. Street begging is prohibited under Lagos state law. The state government has repeatedly advised residents to channel donations through religious organizations and registered charity bodies instead of giving directly to beggars, warning that violating the directive constitutes an offense. United Bank for Africa PLC has announced that its group chairman, Tony Elumina, will retire from the board of directors of UBA on August 21, 2026. The decision follows the completion of the 12-year tenure limit prescribed for non-executive directors of banks by the Central Bank of Nigeria. This was contained in a statement issued by the bank on Monday. The statement, signed by the group head of marketing and corporate communications for United Bank for Africa PLC, Alero Ladegbo, noted that the financial institution is entering a new phase of strategic growth. According to the statement, at its meeting held on July 6, 2026, the board accepted Mr. Ilumilu's retirement and elected Mr. Emmanuel Norum, a non-executive director of the bank, as its successor with effect from August 21, 2026. Similarly, Norum is a chartered accountant with over 40 years experience in banking, finance, and audit. He brings to the role extensive leadership experience and deep institutional knowledge of the financial institution. The board appreciated Lumelo for his visionary leadership and exceptional contribution to the strategic vision and institutional strength of the UBA Group. The Nigerian Electricity Regulatory Commission, NERC, says Togo, the Republic of Benin, and Niger Republic owe Nigeria $12.66 million for electricity supplied in the first quarter of 2026. According to the Commission's first quarter 2026 report released on Tuesday, the three countries paid only $4.84 million out of the $17.48 million invoiced for electricity supplied by the Nigerian Electricity Generation Companies, GENCOs. The report also showed that domestic bilateral customers paid $5.8 million of the $6.112 billion naira invoiced for electricity supply during the period, representing a 95% remittance rate. NERC said the federal government spent 358.2 billion naira on electricity subsidies during the first quarter because tariffs remained below cost-reflective levels across all discos. According to the reports, this was 60.46 billion naira lower than the 418.79 billion naira the subsidy recorded in the fourth quarter of 2025. Still to come, WHO says Ebola outbreak in the Congo still in expansion phase. Death toll from China's storms rises to 15 with hundreds injured. Cristiano Ronaldo exits final World Cup with clear conscience. Stay with us.
Jacinda, are you ready to take the next big step towards your dream career?
Definitely. I want to study software engineering or maybe cybersecurity. What we are playing?
Is that what you're worried? Then listen up. At Queensland University ENUGU, they are now accepting application. In fact, admission is ongoing now. So you have to hurry now before it's too late.
Queensland? For you?
Yes. Whether you want to become a software engineer, cybersecurity expert, nurse like me, lawyer, then your journey starts here.
Finny, if I may ask, what is so special about this school?
Their modern facilities are top-notch. She will talk about their environment, the very serene environment, and their lecturers are experienced lecturers. And let me shock you, in here, you don't just own a degree, you own a skill and confidence to stand out.
Your right rate, our teacher is calling.
Oh yes, now you can call the number on your screen 080 68 52 81 66 or
80 53 57 90 26.
Queensland University ENUGU, your future is here.
The World Health Organization (WHO) official on Tuesday said the Ebola outbreak in Congo has not yet stabilized and is still expanding with transmission fueled by the population. The Democratic Republic of Congo has confirmed 1,561 cases, including 506 deaths in the worst ever outbreak of the rare but ambiguous species of Ebola, for which there is no proven treatment or cure. She said that major challenges remain, such as the near saturation of some Ebola treatment centers with occupancy levels around 90%. According to her, another difficulty is that workers failed in mining of the town. According to her, another difficulty is that workers falling ill in the mining town of Mongwalo are not seeking treatment locally, but are instead traveling and spreading the disease to new regions. Uganda farmers launched a case in the United Kingdom's High Court on Tuesday against the East African crude oil pipeline, seeking to apply Uganda constitutional, environmental and climate law to ENUGU Limited, the project's UK-registered company. The claim filed before the pipeline begins operations asks the court to enforce Uganda's legal protections against the company incorporated in England and Wales. The lawsuit centers on ENUGU, a 1,443-kilometer pipeline that will transport crude from Uganda's oil fields to Tanzania's coast. The project is majority owned by French energy company Total Energies. The claimants say a successful ruling could ultimately prevent the pipeline from becoming operational. They also say the project would affect more than 100,000 people across critical waterway systems and protected habitats. The claim alleges that the pipeline violates Uganda's constitution, which guarantees citizens the right to a clean and healthy environment and breaches the country's environmental and climate legislation. ENUGU maintains the project complies with national laws and international standards. Zimbabwe State Power Utility ZESA said on Tuesday it had restored power to most of the country after a fault on a key transmission line caused a nationwide blackout on Monday evening, while work continued to bring remaining generation units back online. Power was restored with supplies from South Africa's Eskom Kariba Power Station, Hydro Kahura Basa, and 3 units at Hagwa Power Station, with electricity returning to most of the country by 10 p.m. local time, ZESA said. The utility said its technical teams will continue work to restore and synchronize the remaining units at Wange Power Station and to carry out repairs at the Western substation. Zimbabwe has long grappled with power outages, worsened by aging infrastructure and foreign currency shortages that have limited the country's ability to pay for electricity imports. The death toll from devastating storms in parts of China rose to 15 on Tuesday, with hundreds more injured and tens of thousands evacuated, state media reported, as President Xi Jinping urged all roll-out rescue efforts. Thunderstorms and gale force winds killed at least 11 people and injured 331 in the central province of Hubei, where severe convective weather hit cities and tornadoes were reported elsewhere late Monday, state news agency said. One person is missing, Zehua said, adding that 4,800 houses were damaged and 22 more collapsed. In the southern region of Gonski, heavy rains and severe flooding from Typhoon Mayask killed at least 4 people, with at least 50,000 people evacuated, while 8 people were still missing. She said on Tuesday that rescuers should go all out in organizing emergency operations, CCTV reported. Rescue workers wearing life vests and helmets searched for people, while others were deployed on inflatable boats, state media footage showed. An emotional Cristiano Ronaldo said he had a clear conscience as he exited his final World Cup as Portugal were eliminated 1-0 by Spain in the round of 16 in Alicante, Texas on Monday. Spain's Mikel Merino scored the only goal of the game in the first minute of second half stoppage time to send Spain to the quarterfinals at the expense of their rivals. Following the final whistle, a visibly emotional Ronaldo wiped tears from his face as he applauded the fans at Dallas Stadium. The 41-year-old's World Cup career ends with 27 appearances, the second most behind Argentina's Lionel Messi, which is 30, but without one major trophy missing from his collection. He confirmed to reporters afterward that it was his final World Cup, but has not yet closed the door on appearing for the national team again. Ronaldo was trying to get Portugal to the quarterfinals in a second consecutive tournament for the first time. Instead, the career on soccer's biggest stage is over for the all-time leader in international goals of 146 and 233 appearances. United States, Mexico, and Canada, joint hosts of the 2026 FIFA World Cup, have all been eliminated from the tournament following the USA's 4-1 defeat at Belgium in the round of 16 on Monday in Seattle. The US exit completes a difficult tournament for all 3 co-hosts, who had each reached the knockout stage on home soil but fell short of the quarterfinals. Canada were the first of the trio to bow out, losing 3-0 to Morocco in the round of 16 on Saturday, July 4, in a tie in which Morocco's Azzedine Ouahil scored twice before a late strike from Sofiane Rahimi sealed the result. Mexico followed on Sunday, suffering a 3-2 defeat to England at the Estadio Estatal in Mexico City in front of more than 80,000 fans. The United States elimination on Monday completed the sweep. The 2026 World Cup is the first to be jointly hosted by 3 nations and the first held with an expanded 4-8 team format. The tournament, which began on June 11, runs across 16 cities, 11 in the United States, 3 in Mexico and 2 in Canada, and is scheduled to conclude with the final on July 19. With all 3 co-hosts now out, the remaining quarter-final field is made up entirely of known host nations, including Morocco, France, Norway, Spain, Belgium, England, Argentina, and Egypt, or Switzerland and Colombia, with the final pairing still to be completed. That's the wrap on Global News. I am Christopher Lele. Thanks for watching.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Hi, my name is Daniel Chikro and I am a champion. So for me, being a champion means that I'm able to tell better stories. It means that I am now in a room with other people like me who have been telling the stories, because for you to be a champion, you have to already be telling the story.
Food is never just food. it is memory, it is culture, it is identity. And sometimes, without saying a word, it tells us who belongs where. For generations across Africa, cooking has often been framed as women's work, a responsibility, an expectation, and a role. But a new generation of storytellers are quietly changing that narrative. Amongst them is Daniel Ochuko. Daniel is not a politician, he's not a filmmaker, he's not standing on a stage delivering speeches about gender equality or equity. Instead, he's doing something far more subtle and perhaps more powerful. He's telling a different story through everyday life. Through recipes, food videos, lifestyle content, and moments shared with millions online, Daniel presents a version of masculinity that is comfortable in the kitchen, curious about culture, and free from limiting stereotypes.
When I think of gender equitable storytelling, right, my mind immediately goes to the work that I do in food, right? So my mind immediately goes to the fact that I don't think a man should be, I don't think a man and a woman should come together and then this man tells the woman that, oh, this is your life, even when she wants to do other things, right? I don't think it's okay for my mom did not do that, but like I saw other people's parents do that, where they're like, oh, because you're a boy, go sit down and watch your sisters cook, even when they don't want to cook. And a story that I always like to tell is, if my mom was born in this era, she would not enter the kitchen. I always tell that. And people think that I learned how to cook from my mom. I did not. She would tell you, this boy did his thing, right? So that's the way I think of gender equity. But I learn storytelling, I just think of it in my own. I think that for me, when it comes to even outside of gender equity and just content in general, I'm not trying to put too much pressure on myself, but one thing I always wait for is feedback. And thankfully, I always get feedback. So for instance, again, when I started making videos around gender equity, people would send me DMs. I'm like, I sent your video to my husband just now. I'm telling you, like, alpha, and this is what we are now. We are not having a conversation around what I have been saying since, but now because another man has said it, he's more likely to take it seriously, right? So I have women who are like, oh, I force my children to watch your content because it's important that they see a man cook. And if they're always on their phone, you might as well be following them, because I don't want them to go and be a liability elsewhere. So that's the kind of thing that makes me know that, okay, this thing that you're doing actually is making something, like, no matter how small it is. But I also understand that sometimes you might not get this kind of feedback.
I was about to say.
Yeah, like I understand it totally, that sometimes you might not get kind of feedback. And for me, maybe I'm lazy, but I will not worry. I will just keep doing it. I will just keep doing it. I'm just like, what else am I going to do? I can't go come to you and be like, did this content help you or whatever? But mentally, I'm just like, Daniel, do not stress it. You know what is right. You've done what you think is right. So let the universe do its thing.
And this is what it is, and it's gender equitable story. I did not know that before now. I was just like, oh, I'm just cooking, which is again what you guys are doing. So for instance, if someone says to me that, oh, is cooking on Instagram or is cooking somewhere, I've seen his work before now, just like, oh, it's a random person, but now I'm going to take it as a very serious thing because it's a man in Nigeria doing that. Right? And then she said she's a financial analyst. I'm like, oh, wow. If you're going to create content like that, most times we're going to see men doing it. Most times. So you have to, when you're thinking of the content that you're creating, you also have to think of things like this and be like, oh, actually, I'm representing something here more than this or that, more than the actual bit of content that you think you're creating. But yeah, so that's it.
His work challenges the outdated idea that cooking belongs to one gender. Instead, he shows that food belongs to everyone. What makes Daniel's storytelling unique is that it doesn't feel like a lecture. It feels instead like an invitation. An invitation for young men to see cooking as creativity rather than obligation. An invitation for young women to see domestic spaces as shared spaces. And an invitation for families to imagine more balanced partnerships at home.
So more importantly, at the time, I was the only man who was not a chef who was creating content. That's a big thing because statistics shows that, men only become chefs because of the money that is in the chef business, right? And then women want to cook because it's a woman's thing. And then a man comes into the game and is cooking because he wants to cook. I don't know if you get what I mean. I was not a certified chef or anything. I still am not. I am just here showing you the thing that I love to do, because also society tells us that, men cannot like cooking, right? Or men should not like cooking. And if you do, you need to suppress that side of you and go get some other interesting things to do so that it appeals to the society, right? And then again, Daniel comes into the game and Daniel's like, okay, well, I'm just going to do my own and all of you will be fine, right? So the thing about me taking that leap of faith is we now have other men who are creating content inspired by Daniel, right? So a lot of the people who you see, the men now who you see create content are inspired by me. And I don't even say that like very lightly. I'm very proud of it. Like I feel it's one of those things where people are like, if I die now, I die. I don't want to die, please. If I die now, I die a very happy person, right? But that's also so if we have 10 male folk content creators and say 7 of them or 8 of them are inspired by Daniel Ochiko, that's one Daniel Ochiko. Now, how many people do we have here and how many people can be inspired by your work and your story and the content that you create? That is why, again, we need to tell this kind of stories. So, it's a lot of attention, right? But I also just imagine that like they cook, so they're like, oh, it's a normal, like you should be like, yeah, duh, what else are you going to do? So I can imagine that women most likely have to put, actually not most likely, they will put in more effort to now make an impact. So it's easy for me to carry myself and be like, oh my God, like I'm a man that cooks and this, and then I go look for like a sponsor. They're more likely to carry than if a woman comes into the thing, because they're like, madam, yeah, like that's what you're supposed to be doing, especially in a place like this. So I agree, and I like that's what happens.
For me, initially, it was just the series was just, I need to show more men in the kitchen, because also I've been trying to tell gender equitable stories for as long as I've been creating content. And the series was, we see women all the time in the kitchen, whether they like it or not, we see them in the kitchen, but we don't see a lot of men in the kitchen. And this series was born out of that. So I had to start this thing where I'm like, I need you to start seeing your brothers, your fathers, your friends, your male friends in the kitchen. But coming here and being part of this project, and also having gone through all the courses and movies and films that we've seen, I think I won't say I am moved / pushed in a positive way to want to include women now, because even if I say to people, men need to be in the kitchen, men need to cook all the time, there are still women who love to cook. Cooking is a basic survival skill. Man, woman, nothing. It doesn't have anything to do with gender, and we need to see both of them, or both of us coming together. So both man, woman, we see both of us coming together in the kitchen and doing the work that is supposed to keep us alive, or that is supposed to be part of our everyday regular survival skill. So yeah, that's why I'm doing this now. I need to show more women, because again, it needs to be balanced. I think that's the key word here. Balance. It needs to be balanced. I need to show men doing what they should be doing. I need to also show women doing what they should be doing, because at the end of the day, we all eat food. So typically people associate my content with cleanliness, very refined, and I'm still going to do all of that. However, we don't want to push some people out of the line, which is, so you're speaking plenty English, you're doing plenty, but you're still in Nigeria, and you're still in Nigeria, living in Nigeria. So now in my head, I want to infuse a little bit of pidgin, not all the time, just so people can associate the thing you're doing. Because at the end of the day, I still make Nigeria. I try my best not to make things that are not Nigerian, and every time I do that, it doesn't go anywhere. Let me tell you, so I tell people all the time that if I post jollof rice today to Sunday, I'm guaranteed at least 50,000 views on each of those things. I am guaranteed. Like,
it's different type of jollof.
You don't think you know? I have a jollof rice video that I post every 3 months. It doesn't matter. It will always do well. We're picking our story from The Mad Men, so we're just getting like a little bit of, let's say, the beginning part of our story from the Mad Men perspective, where she was in the office, informal setting, the bosses have like some sort of after-work relationship, but she doesn't have that because, oh, she's a woman and then all of that. So back to our story, it's now we're trying to make this thing a man thing. So you know how women, they're in a workspace, they have children, and then after work they're like, oh, let's go have drink, and she's like, oh, I have to go take care of my child. This time it's a man going to do that, and it's important that we do that because we now need to be like, oh, yeah, men who actually have like after work people, and then they have to take care of their families, they have to go cook or something, and that's what we're trying to do.
His journey itself reflects this shift. Daniel has spoken about growing up in a home where both his mother and father cooked, allowing him to develop a love for food without gender restrictions. That experience now echoes through every piece of content he creates. But Daniel's impact extends beyond his own platform. As a creator, he has collaborated with major brands including Knorr Nigeria, alongside a diverse network of chefs, actors, influencers, and storytellers. These collaborations promote the idea that everyone has a place in the kitchen and that cooking can be joyful, accessible, and inclusive.
I came into the food space. I said to myself, so one of the things that would annoy the hell out of me is when somebody literally comes to me and says, oh my God, you cook well as a man. Why can't you just stop and say you cook well, point blank, period? Why do you have to add that as a man? Like, what does it do for you? Right, so my work, I just took it upon myself, like, okay, you know what, I'm going to create content, but I have to be really, really good at this thing in a way where nobody's going to tell me that it's because I'm a man, that's why I'm doing it well. You just have to do it like, this is like, when you see it, you're like, this one finish work.
Ochiko mentioned one thing, and it was, as if I've never heard that thing, I heard it before. He was talking about how filmmakers or storytellers will just write stories and we just write, maybe you're writing someone that is a doctor, and automatically in my head, the doctor should be a man. Why am I going? And I didn't think of that as a filmmaker, as a feminist. I never thought of that. Why is he a man? I use the word businessman. So in my films, in my scripting, if I'm hiring a scriptwriter to write my script, I'm going to tell him if I see things like businessman, it's business person. If I see things like chairman, CEO, so we need to start using basic words. I think definitely, from basic words, and like Ochiko said, you don't need to force it. You don't need to put it on everybody's face. Just do it. So things like that, scripting, the words, storytelling, reversing some characters. If it's not going to affect my story, and the man needs to be a nurturer for his kids or a nanny, why not? Why would I flip it? It's not a woman's thing, right? So I think I would definitely include those sorts of things that we don't even notice that we do, that we don't even see. But I think by the time I start doing it, people can feel it.
Sometimes when we see men do certain things that I get shame behind it, I'm like, no, that's not going to happen in my platform. And I always tell people that I want a ministry routine here, which is what I want is what is going to go. And I want to show men to be emotionally intelligent. I want to show men, show you care to their wives, siblings, anything, and not make it become something that is supposed to be shameful. Because when you make something visible often enough, it has to feel possible.
In my videos, I cook, I share household goals, I talk about women, the decision makers, leaders, producers, chefs, because interestingly, we have so because the food industry is such a very interesting space. We have so many male chefs who are doing amazing, but when it comes to the female chefs, they drew it behind. For me and life, I know a lot of female chefs and I want to put them there, and I want to talk about them openly, I want to celebrate them openly, which is what I do with my work and my platform. And that's what I believe gender equity should do. Not preach, but reflect. Not lecture, but normalize. It's important that we normalize things like this in Africa. It's important that we normalize things like this in Nigeria, because when we normalize things like this, we start to engage really great change.
Success story on how my content has positively influenced someone. It was very recent, actually, like maybe a month ago or two. I made a video talking about boy moms, and I was very specific about boy moms because I feel like Nigerians/Africans, just mothers in general, have like a particular lens with which they take care of their boy child, and then a different lens with which they take care of their girl child. And in the comments, people were like, oh my God, this is what we do. Oh, this is what I don't do. This is what I don't do. And I remember someone coming to my DM to send me a message saying, oh, I really love the video that you posted because I am one of those people who is very, for lack of a better word, in love with my boy child. And I essentially make him or insulate him from the things that I don't insulate the girl child from. But because of your video, I'm going to start doing better. And honestly, that made me so happy and so grateful that the work that I do resonates with a lot of people enough to actually make a change. So yeah, so you know how people were having the conversation about this. There was this trend about how going to the restaurant, like my African mother, something, and then they will go and then they will start fighting and whatnot. And people are like, do your mothers actually go outside to fight? Like, do your mothers actually go to restaurants and then they start to make noise? But that was like a big thing on TikTok. So you see these people, they tie their wrapper, like they wear the blouse, the gele, and all of these things, and then they get to the place, and then maybe they now bring out like Omorogo and someone like and start. I'm just like, wow, that is very interesting. So it's interesting that you say that because people do have conversations like that. I think that what it is we are not just as bold as we're not just as bold as we should be when it's time to maybe not fight back, when it's time to question these things, right? So before I started being very open around saying the things that I think around like even anything outside of gender, but I'm going to use gender because that has always been in my head even before now, right? I'm like, are you sure you have the platform to say you don't want to be cancelled? Like, this is your life, you're a content creator, you don't have any other job, if they cancel you, that is the end. Like, I'm saying so far, it's in my close friends, and I'm having long threads, having long threads about the things that I think, and they're like, that should be on the main story. Like, not here, like there are only like 15 people.
Yeah, like people that agree with you already.
Exactly. So I'm talking to people that agree with me already. But interestingly, when I finally started having these conversations outside, like I remember the first time I made a proper video around what I think around gender equity and the DMs I got, right? And then I'm like, oh, you guys really like me, but let's you guys are like, so I think that when we push past the initial fear, right, around wanting to say things that we think are right or just our ideas, you just find that people are there are a lot of people like you. What they're just
they lie.
No. But actually, that's how I see it. So, in my head, at least on my own side, of the what I just see is that people just need somebody to come and say the thing that they already think. They are not going to be the let's say Messiah or whatever. The
scapegoats.
But I mean, it could be scapegoats. To be honest, it actually could be scapegoats there because somebody can now see the thing I'm doing like this one should like woman. I beg. I know fee. Just like it's possible, but in my own case, doesn't a scapegoat thing. That just been like, oh Daniel, thank you for talking about this. I grew up this way.
The lesson from Daniel's work is simple but profound. Stories do not live in movies and books. They live in kitchens, they live in everyday choices, they live in the moments that shape what young people believe is possible. And when millions of Africans see a man cooking, creating, teaching, and thriving without apology, a new possibility emerges. A possibility where talent matters more than gender, where care is not assigned by tradition, and where everyone is free to participate fully in the life of their home, their community, and their future.
So I think that, everybody in every strata of life definitely has a responsibility to advocate for gender equality. Kind of content that you make, how do you portray men, how do you portray women? If we're seeking for change, we should not just be looking to the government. We should be saying, in your small corner of the world, how can I impact? Now, if you follow my content, you know that I'm always making sure that I portray women and men, how they should be portrayed, good and bad, you understand? A man can be a killer, a woman can be a killer, you understand? A man can be a breadwinner, a woman can be a breadwinner. So it's important that you portray people and that your stories are not just a single story, but full stories. Yeah.
Are they showing balance in our stories? Are women visible in positions of leadership? Are men allowed to be vulnerable or nurtured in our stories? And we avoiding stereotypes that require giving for seeking equality. It was one of the most fulfilling things that I had done because I saw creators began to see their influence differently right there and then. I was seeing it. And not just as entertainment, but as social change. I'm fortunate that my partnerships with brands are also aligned with these values. Working with brands like Norma Nigeria, for which I'm an ambassador for, Power Oil, Golden Penny, I had the opportunity to shape campaigns that goes beyond food into stories about care, community, and togetherness, which is why a lot of my campaigns feature me and my friends and my best friend. We're not just selling a product, we're reshaping culture. And that's the beauty of the creative economy. It allows purpose and profits to coexist together. Brands win, audiences connect, and society shifts quietly but powerfully. But the truth is, creators can't do it above. If we're going to entertain change at scale, we need the systems that fund, amplify, and regulate media to follow us. That's where organizations like the World Bank, policy leaders, and creative networks come in. When you bring creators in the same room as economists, funders, media executives like we are today, you create a new kind of ecosystem, one that sees culture not as decoration, but as infrastructure. Because the stories people see every day are just as powerful as the policies written around them. As I continue to grow my platforms, my goal is to use my reach to help other creators understand the use of their influence. So move from how many views did I get? I always tell people it's quality content consistently. So you're moving from how many views did I get to how many conversations did I start, or what conversation did I start with this piece of content?
Do I feel like my content on gender equitable storytelling is resonating with my audience? Absolutely yes. I think it's also resonating because I'm doing it in such a subtle way. I'm not forcing anybody. I am not trying to, for lack of a better word, push an agenda. And I'm also doing it through a medium that they already know. So which is food. All my messages are passed through food, and I'm reading through a medium that they already know and they already love. So this is just an addition, some sort of an extra or an added content pillar for me to the work that I already do. So yes, it resonates, and it resonates really, really well. So when I grew up in a family where like my dad was not worried about his child cooking, not one bit, but I also had extended family members that I'll go to their house and just like, bruh, if you don't sit down. So for instance, I just got back from a trip and I had to buy PS5 of that thing, the box, the player thing, and that was the first time I was touching it. Do you understand? And yeah, that's the journey. So like, I'm like, oh, this is very, so I took a pic, intentionally took it. I'm like, oh wow, this is the first time I'm actually touching a PS5 player. So when I even went to the store, I'm like, oh, this is what I am looking for, right? And when the person sends me, like, someone asks me to buy, so I'm like, oh, this is what I'm looking for. I don't know what it does. Like, this is what I'm looking for. But it just made me think about the fact that when I was younger, people would be like, oh, why do you want to cook? Why do you want to cook? Why do you want to? And I was and I was not a stubborn child, but this was the only thing I was stubborn about in my entire life. Like, I am literally, like, you know, when Nigerian parents pray for good children, that's like they pray for someone like me. You are not doing anything that is going to, like my mother would say, make them use left hand to point to this noble family. Like, that's how she says it, right? But when it comes to things around what I think about cooking and what I think men should do, and like, I am very, 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 very stubborn. So now suddenly the perfect child in my family is now my extended family is now the one that everybody's like, no talk good here. But again, we always need someone to be like,
someone to hold on to, or something to hold on to around the things and the ideas that we have. So if that's helped.
Because changing society does not always begin with grand gestures. Sometimes it begins with a meal. And storytellers like Daniel Ochuko are helping Africa imagine a table where everyone has a seat. This is why Daniel Ochuko is our champion.
Bright and early, as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day, we at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
WAEC is overrated, and they even overrated themselves, and when you go see it, they are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what they call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change a narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem. There's no outstanding graduate when Obi took over from me. I left, in all the accounts of Anambra State, 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Signature TV, news in your pocket. Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day. We at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Why is overrated, and they even overrated themselves, and when you go see it, they are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what they call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change the narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning weekdays and Signature New Day weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Tired of the snow? Tired of the bad TV signals? Nigeria has gone digital. Introducing Free TV, the national platform for every Nigerian. Get 100 plus channels immediately. Sports, news, and entertainment in your native language with clear picture quality. Whether you're in the city or the village, our satellite signal reaches every corner of 36 states from day one. No monthly subscription, just a compatible decoder and you are set. It's a national asset built for you. Take the show on the road, download the Free TV app and stream your favorite channels anywhere. Starting this May, scan to download the app or call 0700 388 7277. Free TV, digital TV for free. Brought to you by
Today is Wednesday, the 8th day of July 2026. Good morning to you and thank you for joining us on Signature Morning, coming to you live from Signature TV. I am Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha. And as always, we'll take a break and when we return, we'll look at what is making the rounds on the newspaper headlines this morning. Welcome back. Now to the newspaper headlines. We'll be starting off with the Nigerian Tribune. Tinubu orders ICPC to probe fake PFIPC. Gives Commission 30 days deadline. Reports to be submitted to him. Agency to probe use of false government documents, opening of any bank account, source movement of funds. Gbajabiamila threatens Adeyemi with 10 billion naira defamation suit. Why we won't dabble into controversy, Senate. Tinubu inaugurates Presidential Working Group on National Policing Bill. Gbajabiamila to head committee. Pressure mounts on abductors of Orire school children. 11 trillion naira revenue target may scare cargoes from Nigerian ports, stakeholders warn NAS. MBA rejects alleged AGF directives, insists election will hold as scheduled. Tinubu's reforms working, support his re-election. Ekpemupolo tells Nigerians. A health study says recreational drugs, including cannabis, can cause stroke. El Rufai's wife to Tinubu, my husband doesn't deserve this persecution. ICPC arrests his doctor over alleged abuse of privilege, breach of medical visit. Senate wants stop to rehabilitation of terrorists. Directs conclusion of xenophobia probe within 2 weeks. Moving on to the nation. The headline says, Tinubu orders comprehensive probe of fake federal agency. ICPC gets 30 days to submit report. Gbajabiamila threatens 10 billion naira defamation suit against Adeyemi. Senate likely to adopt retaliatory measures against South Africa. 21 APC governors back president re-election. Why Tinubu deserves support, says Tompolo. Above the mast, more pressure on abductors to free Orire victims. NRS targets 50 trillion naira tax revenue by December. Row among lawyers over leaked memo suspending MBA election. Terrorists killed in Katsina as ISWAP chiefs surrender. Still on the nation, presidential panel on state police begins work. UTM FLNG signs gas sale agreement with NNPCL Seplat Energy. On the Daily Trust newspaper, the headlines: Woman burns boyfriend's daughter to death. Xenophobia, lawmakers threaten sanctions against South Africa. National Assembly inserted road project into our budget, says Almajiri Commission. Tinubu seeks answers over Phantom Council. Senate to FG, stop rehabilitation of repentant against Katsina government. Kano Commission retires judge over bribery. 4 senior police officers sacked, others demoted. Now that is what we have on the Daily Trust. Looking at the Vanguard newspaper. Insecurity halts rehabs, try Boko Haram members, Senate tells FG. Mourns General Abubakar, others. Demands tech-driven security overhaul. Army detains 2 surrendering terrorist commanders in Borno. Over 18 million Nigerians exposed to flooding, NIHSA warns. Says 2,000 hectares of farmland, 8,794 educational facilities, 3,808 healthcare facilities will be submerged. Alleged sexual harassment. Protesters ask Senate to suspend ambassadorial nominees' confirmation. NPO hails Tinubu's big tech probe over content exploitation. Nigeria's LNG exports hit 20.06 trillion naira as global trade reaches record high. Moving on to the Punch newspaper. Dangote breaks ground on $17 billion Kenya refinery. El Rufai abused medical visit, doctor arrested, and this is coming from ICPC. Just beside the mast, Warri PH Refinery's ex-MDs face trials over alleged $989,630, 1.42 billion naira fraud. EFCC hands over 1,452 recovered items to Unity schools. There is a report that says that 36.2 million Nigerians are at risk of acute food insecurity. State Police, Tinubu names Gbajabiamila AGF to Implementation Committee. Ogun records 161 deaths from 415 road crashes. MBA insists on officers' election amid AGF row. And the major headline, fake agency scandal. Tinubu orders 30-day ICPC probe. Senate rejects blame. Anti-graft agency to probe alleged forgery, impersonation, bank accounts. Police release Adeyemi's father. Continue search for embattled DG. Senate insists 1.3 billion naira budget line not inserted by lawmakers. Declines intervention without petition. Now let's look at the Guardian newspaper. Lagos Calabar Highway anxiety as planned expansion may affect 2,700 buildings and 10,800 homes. Nigeria's population growth may worsen sanitation crisis, AFDB warns. 2027, APC pleads with substituted aspirants to shelve litigation. MBA cites autonomy, rejects AGF's intervention in officers' election. Police confirm probing 30 political killings ahead of Osun Guba elections. Senate rejects Boko Haram rehabilitation, says justice must prevail. And these are the major headlines on our papers this morning. We'll go on a break, and when we return, Signature Morning continues.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
We are local.
International communities observe
Why the main market is in chaos. People
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye. We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Welcome back. It's time for our newspaper review. In the studio is Chris Maduka. Good morning, Chris.
Good morning, Chair. You're looking pinkish.
Thank you.
That's good.
Okay, so looking at the newspaper headlines this morning, this fake PFIPC, Tinubu is ordering ICPC to probe them, gives the commission 30 days deadline, after which a report is to be submitted to him. And the Senate is saying that they will not dabble into this controversy, but Abia Miller is also threatening Adeyemi with 10 billion naira defamation suit.
You know, there is this Igbo proverb said, "Onye jere kwa nkịta, jere kwa mme." Once you have the habit of rearing dogs, you know you will be dealing with bloody things, because dog might actually bite somebody and you'll be called upon to pay. So rearing dog is a bloody business. it also implies that when you get involved in exposing what they call the high-class presidential, in quote, involved scandal, that you'll be ready for some of these threats. Corruption fights back in different ways. And then 10 billion naira worth of suit. 1.3 billion can pay for it, which is already is what federal government allocated to the so-called fake presidential agency. So I see all this in a small screen. No threat can hide truth, whether it's 10 billion, 100 billion, and the way Nigerians, politicians call billions when they want to threaten suit. This is not the first time we are hearing such large number of money, high quantity of money, or big money being used to scare people off from saying what they think. You remember the Senator Natasha, how many billions that were threatened across board, and today the whole thing has died down. They will use that to tell people as if, there's a way you fight things back. It shows that there's some element of truth in what is happening. Why 10 billion? Suit. To do what? What do you want to achieve? To scare Adeyemi away? Adeyemi that has gone this far. He knew, but they knew that he's fighting big-scale scandal, and that even 100 billion school suit can come out of it. And we are hearing what Bajamia Bila is threatening. Adeyemi is still taking his time. He has not come out with more facts, and eventually only the same president of the ruling party of Nigeria, Presidential Asorok of the ruling party of Nigeria, who controls 99% of the Senate and 101% of the Federal House of Reps, with all the federal MDAs, Ministry, Department of Agencies, working under the same federal ministry, with the president giving order for it. I was in a public transport, and a neighboring radio station around here were doing newspaper review. People were calling in to say it's all smoke stream. Because before this thing gets to this point, we would have expected that the president would have stopped it and ordered probe. But this modest slinging that joined with the scandal has gotten to this point. So at this point, all these are, when the state is against one man, the ruling, the verdict is obvious. So Nigerians are watching closely. The international community are watching closely. I've said this several times. This scandal didn't come at a good time. But God has a way of making all the people who feel that they're in total control, they always find a way of dropping one angle that will show you are not. That the divine power controls everything. No matter how, as a human being, you might acquire power. When it becomes too much, God will be dropping those boob traps along the line for you to know that God is still in control. No matter how they threaten, do this, how independent will the probe be? Who and who are appointed to be in the probe? The same government will appoint the probe, order them. It's like going for Nigerian election, where most Nigerians has felt that INEC chairman is appointed by the presidency, and that it will be like a horse passing through the eye of a needle for you to get objective judgment in all their who is the lock.
Now, the Senate is telling federal government to stop rehabilitation of repentant Boko Haram members, and they should try them and halt rehabs.
What you should have done 20 years ago, over 2 decades of terrorism and banditry, the National Assembly is doing now, to prove one point. Who will believe them? There's a viral video I watched. A man was making analysis. He said, Nigerian army said, do not keep them aside. Do not rehabilitate them and put them into the army. for obvious reasons. Things they've seen it. Even they that are the good people in the army have find out that you don't use caterpillar, or people they call it in Igbo, the one that stinks, for friendship. You can't put a Spartan boy, put a fox inside it. He will bite you until you die. These are evidences. It must be a very good intention at the beginning, but when it began to deal dangerously with Nigeria, we expect that should have been stopped. We shouldn't get to this level. Let me tell you what the guy who was doing various video analysis said. The army said don't. So the man was recommending. The National Assembly, you need escorts and police, special forces that guide you, guide your offices, guide your homes, follow you on escort, guide you everywhere. Asorok have so many forces they need to guide that place. Why are you rehabilitating these people and putting them in the army to go and guide the citizens? When you also need them, why not rehabilitate them and put them around you? Make them your PAs and your ADCs. That will tell you, so when the guy was making this, and he was like, we are not saying, since you have very good intentions, these good intentions is rehabilitate them, and since you believe they are okay to do human beings to deal with, make them your personal police guards. Put them to guard your homes. Let them go and guard the schools where your children are attending, if any of them have their children in Nigeria. But just don't put them into, create a special squad. Put them there to start guiding all the politicians in Nigeria. Before you rehabilitate them, you still will not be looking for, let them not go into the major core of police and security we have that are guiding the citizens to put them, rehabilitate them, create special squad for them, use them for federal jobs. Let them be, when we see that, you lead from the front. If it is not deception, wickedness, and insensitivity, and people who feel them, it's them, rehabilitate these people, put them back in the army, they will go with people who ordinarily are patriotic, young, gallant soldiers working. What can you do for your girlfriend's son to call you Papa? That is, rehabilitation takes a long time. You put people, how many people I've killed? I've killed 100, 3 weeks. I've killed 50, 1 week. I've killed only 10. Okay, no, you don't even need rehabilitation at all. We give you Quran or to swear that you have repented, and then we wear you khaki and give you. How long does it take to train an army man in Nigeria? With all their trainings and all, who have proven how these people have been trained and what kind of training did they receive? You say you rehabilitate them. The National Assembly are doing what they should have done 20 years ago now, and only God knows what the result will be. But what Nigerians suggest, like I said, what that guy did, I never thought that some people in Nigeria can be so creative and splendid in their thought. He said, let Nigerians rehabilitate them, since they are our brothers and sisters, put them to guard, create special squad, let them guard all our high-positioned officers. And then we will be going along. So nobody will lose anything, no bad feelings. So that they don't put them against Nigerians when you are talking. Those people will think, oh, okay, you are the person who said that we should not be rehabilitated. No, we are not. Rehabilitate them, put them in squad to guide all the homes of National Assembly members. Put them to guide all our embassies abroad and everywhere. After all, the embassies, you have what those called military departments that guard people and securities. So let's move on, Uche.
Okay, now on the issue of state police, Tinubu names Gbajabiamila and AGF as part of the implementation committee for state police.
It's not coming at a good time. With the load of scandal on Gbajabiamila's head, must he be? I am not saying the presidency trusts his people and kitchen cabinet. But when the kitchen cabinet you trusted so well, you walk up this point, is having this load of scandal, one would have expected, and the question would be, out of, let's check, the members of APC, the members of the National Assembly, all other political, big wigs that are members of the same ruling party. Is it only Gbajabiamila that must be in the implementation committee of state police? when you are throwing punch, when during fight, you have boxers, there's one kind of punch you give. I heard of a joke of a man from Okigwe. They said they gave him a punch. He's a Commonwealth medal holder. They said they gave him punch during the boxing, and he said, Okigwe lay. They say, is this one hand of metal or an iron? So when you throw punch, show your hand that you are not holding stone. If federal government want to tell us how objective and how sincere, how accountable they are, would they follow the mind of the people? When there is any stain on anything, whether proven or not, let the person keep and then move on with the ones who are clean or seem to be clean, because nobody is clean in Nigeria anyway. So what we are expecting is that Bajamia and Mila, I'm not telling the president what to do, but every right-thinking Nigeria we think is they are saying that sickness has not gone round to 240 million Nigerians, and you are saying maybe a person who has swollen stomach to have also swollen downside, down part of. It is not fair. There are people in Nigeria I know can be appointed in that position and save the presidency. That, that kind of hand pointing, the finger pointing that this is not good. Let them ask Bayamia Amila, the honorable man who has served Nigeria in different levels. But at this point, let it just cool. In fact, take him out of public space for now, or keep him in a cool place where his name will not be mentioned, to be springing up suspicion against the government for now. But it's good that the government is taking interest in pushing the envelope of state police. Yeah,
of course.
Yeah.
Now, over 18 million Nigerians are exposed to flooding, and this is coming from the Nigeria Hydrological Services Agency. They said about 2,000 hectares of farmlands, 8,794 educational facilities, and 3,808 healthcare facilities will be submerged.
Fine. Add that up, the landmass that will be taken away, beyond the one that bandit and terror has taken away from Nigeria. Add it up to what flood will take away. Add the educational institutions that bandit and terror has taken away from Nigeria, and those sectors, still talking about agri, health. So flood has come for revenge on his own. Then take 18 million population that will be affected out of 200 and we'll keep saying 240, but we decide people that are bandits and terrorism and hunger and hardship and all the accidents in Nigeria has killed. That Nigeria is now up to 200 million again. So when we are using 200 million minus plus, take away 18 million again that will go by flood. Take away all those sectors that have been critical, that has been dealt with so severely. Then by your calculation, tell us what is left of Nigeria. And we'll be seeing it in next paper headline like this. Nimet did this 12 months ago. Did it middle quarter report. Now we are getting to the peak of flooding in Nigeria. They are coming up again. The other day you read here 27 states out of 36 plus 1. That means only about 10 are safe. Nobody knows whether Abuja is safe, because the other day there was a viral video of flood in Abuja that cleared up a supermarket. People were picking the goods that were supposed to be and from a bridge, and they were picking even generators and things that they were making harvesting something that's supposed to be somebody's property, somebody's goods in his kept. Maybe he's sleeping. When he woke up in the morning, he opened, the shop has been ravaged by flood and taken away everything there. We see Lagos, we see Kogi, we see Anambra State, Obaru areas and Omambara area, that the Anambra River area. We see several states, especially what baffles me is in northern Nigeria, where the flooding from Cameroon first hit before it start coming down. Nigeria is not at home with it. So many things are attacking us now. And somebody said, and whether they believe it spiritually or not, that this way Nigerian leadership is handling Nigeria, they've abandoned God. You know, America, with all their liberty and escapades, still believe that in God they trust. I think Nigeria should go back to God. Because when everything fails, only this God carries all our burden. But this, we know Nigeria is going with all these things that are affecting Nigeria. If we do not reflect, it's no more when you say it's because no, everybody is now involved. Whether you APC, whether you are NDC, if you are not been deregistered, whether you are ADC, whether you are APUGA, whether you are PRP, SDP, whether you are NNPP or whatever party you are, when flooding comes, when bandit and terrorism come, when hunger and hardship come, when the high cost of tariff and for everything in Nigeria comes, you do not the only thing that some people might be able to be managing and paying, but you are still paying a price. Nobody is safe. So the best thing is for Nigerians to come together. But you find out that this party segregation has not made even people to talk. Talk about Southeast Nigeria, where the multiple 5 regional states in the Southeast Nigeria, all their governors belong to different parties. We can't remember the last time they met to talk about the interest of Southeast Nigeria.
All right, Chris.
You know, so that's what politics has done to us, and it's going to even do worse if we do not stop now to rethink.
Well, as we always say, Nigerian wahala no dey finish, so we'll have to rest it at this point.
What day? That's why I'm saying, because we could not accept. It's when a bad thing stays for too long, it becomes a custom. We should not, because Nigeria wahala no dey finish, just grouse over it. We are pleading with God to have mercy upon us. But when we are asking God to have mercy, let the politicians and the leadership of Nigeria also have mercy.
Of course.
Yeah? Politicians pity for us, so there's a music like that.
All right, thank you, Chris.
The politicians, can they ever pity for us? Do you negotiate with bandits? And that's about it. God bless you for having been part of this morning, though. It's fortunate it's this short, but to take it in bits and pieces is better than to swallow a whole line and sinker, and we cannot bite more than we can chew. God bless you. God bless me. God bless you, Uche. Uche, I'm saying God bless you, but you know why I'm saying it. And God will continue to bless you. Remember, God's blessings are meant for those who deserve to be blessed.
Thank you so much, Chris Maduka. And with that, we've come to the end of our newspaper headlines and review segment on Signature Morning. Do stay tuned, as the show will be back after this break.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on the Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder. So
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that.
Oh.
That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Welcome back. You're still watching Signature Morning. Now, the controversy surrounding the Presidential Foreign Investment Promotion Council, PFIPC, is still ongoing, especially now with the presidency asking for a probe to this, fake or institution per se. Now we have joining us on the call this morning, Chief Ogbonnawuke. He is a politician and is also a journalist, here to share his thoughts on this particular controversy. You're welcome to Signature Morning. Thank you for joining us. Can you hear me?
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. First off, how do you see this this controversy concerning the PFIPC, the presidency, Gbajabiamila Adeyemi? What, in your view, how do you see this issue?
I think it's a great mess. What is happening shouldn't happen at all. But in Nigeria, the assault takes eminence, you know. It's embarrassing that a country's chief of staff can be dragged into such a controversy by an Adeyemi that not many people knew before now. And but what's instructive is the outcome of what's playing out is leading to an investigation. And rationally, I believe we all should wait and see what the outcome would be. But in the meantime, it's absolutely embarrassing that we are talking in terms of a faceless group taking over the responsibility of the NIPC, finding space, if it is true, in our budget, finding space in our establishment in the secretariat. And all of this took place under the watch of people who, how do we explain it? If they were operating out of this federal secretariat, how would give them an office space? How? If the activities fake, as we have been told, how did the budgetary, if it is true, budgetary provisions, and why? Well, under whose guidance, support, we are able to speak to diplomats on behalf of Nigeria. So these are questions, but hopefully the upcoming investigation will unravel them.
Now, there are calls for the resignation of Femi Gbajabiamila. Do you support this demand for his resignation?
It's not a question of whether I support the demand for his resignation. When a public officer, a principal officer in the mood of the chief of staff is embroiled in some controversy, the kind that we have now in this country, common sense will dictate that he takes the option of resigning so that his presence will not interfere with investigations. So I think it's both moral and institutional that at a time like this, it shouldn't be a stumbling block to ongoing investigations. So yes, those calling for his resignation have a point, but I think that he has a moral burden to execute at this time on behalf of himself and the country. He should be the one taking that frontline position to stay aside until investigations are completed. But also don't forget that he was the one who apparently blew the whistle when he wrote to the security agencies asking them to look deeply at activities of the Adeyemi group.
Right. And as events are unfolding, we see that he's also suing Adeyemi, for defamation of about 10 billion naira. And recently, we've also seen the arrest of Adeyemi's father and family friends. So I would also like to hear your thoughts about these unfolding events and if you think they are founded.
Yeah, well, it's well within his right to seek the legal redress if he thinks that he can slander, he has been defamed. So he has a right to seek justice. But the arrest of Adeyemi's parents doesn't sit well. They don't have any. There's no direct link, or whatever between them and the supposed activities of their son. To that extent, and I think that many who have spoken on this matter have been very expressive. They said it's not right to take in the parents of Adeyemi. Adeyemi should be responsible for what he has brought upon himself. So this is not a time to visit the sin of the son on the father. I don't think it is right. It isn't right at all. Except there is evidence that they were collaborators. In trying to, as it has become now, defraud the nation. So I think that perhaps what could have started as a PPP arrangement got messed up along the line, the Nigerian way. Because even when you have a public-private partnership, you don't, you probably not be able to create a desk for such people. There are already established institutional desks, when it comes to investments and the flow of it into Nigeria. So I think that, like I said, we have something that looks small, blowing to the open. And when it does, I hope we'll be able to recover from it. Because it's some of the things that we're hearing at this point, it needs verification. It needs some deep-seated investigation. So did that. One wonders how it could have happened without some strong voices within the system backing them. They don't get there by accident. So now you can see that the presidency is reacting already in terms of how MDAs should package their budgets and all into one big saying, to avoid the kind of, leakages that are either taking place in the system or circumstances like this that are cropping up.
But do you think that Gbajabiamila should be the only focus? Because so far in all of this, the major names we are hearing, Gbajabiamila, Adeyemi, the presidency. But one would wonder, would you say that the attention is so much focused on Gbajabiamila? What about other people involved? Why do you think that the heat is not on them as such as people like the Accountant General and all of that?
It is probably early in the day now. If you followed my slant, you understand the point I'm trying to make, that there could be stronger voices in the background. And of course, those who are probably enemies of this administration certainly will latch on to Femi. If they get Femi down, they've gotten the system. So it's not surprising that Femi is an object of attack at this time. Now, but the issue is that, like I said, if it is true that they had a foothold in the service, a desk, an office in the system, who will give those offices and why? So, we also say it was Femi who arranged it, So there's so much. I want to say this to the Nigerian people. I think we have this chance for trying people in the media. Let's slow down. Let's wait for investigations to take place. And then, hopefully, we'll get to the bottom of it all. We hope there's not something that will swept under the carpet. No, it shouldn't be. Now, but should we media try people when all of the investigations have not been concluded? My answer will be no. I don't think it is right. When you tarnish the image of someone, and at the end of the day, it becomes clean. How do you explain that? So, it may even explain why some of the time, in some of the cases that the EFCC has investigated have collapsed. Because we run first to trial in the media, and at the end of the day, the substance is lost. So, even from me, as not just as a politician, but as also a journalist, I'd like to see a proper investigation commenced. so that we can hear from, of course, if there are horses that are involved in this, we can hear from their mouths, and tell ourselves this is the truth and this is not.
So that brings me to ask you, looking at the government's response to this issue, do you think that the federal government has responded appropriately? I mean, just this morning on the headlines, we saw that the federal government is calling for a probe by ICPC. Now, what do you think about, the government's response method so far?
I think it is the right thing to do, go for an investigation. Because as it stands now, the conspiracy theory appears to be gaining serious grounds within the public space. And leave it or not, so we head towards an election. This is capable of destroying everything that the Tinubu administration has tried to do. It's just capable of blowing it away. And so it isn't out of place, even if we weren't going to an election. It isn't out of place for the government to say, look, wait a minute, gentlemen, let's investigate what's going on. It's right so to do. And if they didn't do that, I would have been more surprised. Now, an investigation has been ordered, no matter how belated. So let's see it. Somebody blew the whistleblower is in the eye of the storm, accused even of receiving bribes or asking for bribes. And now the system that he works for is saying, okay, hold on, gentlemen, let's look closely at the facts. And I think that anyone who knows anything about what has happened, what is transpired over this month, to be able to come forward when the investigative panel is set up, to volunteer information, and so that we can get to the root of this matter. For so long, we have allowed some circumstances like this to be swept under the carpet, and I don't think it is right. Not right for the image of the country, not right for the image of government, and not even right for the image of the people.
Now, but for someone that is part of a controversy and also the investigation would involve him, the presidency just recently made him the head of the policing bill, the national policing bill. Do you think that is a right move, or that is a wise decision, making Gbajabiamila a part of the working group on the national policing bill?
Well, these decisions were taken before the controversy blew. I'm very certain, taken before the controversy blew into the open. Now, it depends. You see, the issue is how much facts are in the public place, how much facts are not that in terms of intelligence to the system. Now, if Gbajabiamila is part of the policing project that's ongoing, it's because his confidence based on him by the one who appointed him. And then the implication is also that he's out there as a representative, not of his own person, but of a system that must get information on what's going on. So I don't see any conflict there. It's just that those decisions, like I said, if the issue is the issue of resignation, I am just thinking that if it were me, I'll ask myself, to what extent have I been exposed to this matter? And even if I haven't committed any crime, shouldn't I step aside and allow investigation go on and be completed, so that nobody says that I'm interfering? That's why I said it's both an institutional issue and a moral question. For the institution, should be able to say to his appointee, please step aside. For the appointee who has carries a moral potential to say, maybe I found myself in the middle of something that I didn't anticipate. Let me step aside until these investigations are carried on. So this is what maybe politics haven't come to that level yet. maybe something African about it, something Nigerian about it. Because in other climes, we had a prime minister step down recently. Is it that everything that they said about him was right? And when the issue of confidence, public confidence, when it begins to erode, then those who are in the public eye must dance differently.
Now, what message does this controversy send to the international community? Because this is a very public issue at this point, particularly, you know, with this this idea of Nigeria constantly being involved in fraudulent issues, both internationally and locally. And with this now, what do you think that this would do for our international image?
Well, I think we are Nigerians, and if you look at it very clearly, this tendency to cheat, to be greedy, do all kinds of things, is a with due respect, it's a Nigerian tendency, and that's why it persists. Every administration comes, pledges a fight corruption, and at the end of the day, corruption fights back. They'll put the President Buhari. So this is the kind of country that we come from, and the kind of mindset that governs the intent of those who gravitate in the direction of power or public office, as the case may be. So this is the thing. Even if we are to remove Tinubu and Co now, remove all of them, behead all of them, and bring a new set of Nigerians, there is no guarantee that we will get past corruption easily. You know, so this is the thing. It's something inbuilt. So all of this will require a lot of public education, enlightenment, and then so some level of soul searching. Because there is this African saying that when you are pointing at somebody one finger, there are many fingers are pointing at you. You know, so even if we have to look at it from the concept of the mass, you remove the people who are coming into power are come from a mass of Nigerians. And then if you remove them, there are others coming behind them. They are Nigerians with almost the same tendencies, you know. So this is the thing. Nobody knows who will come and do it right. So it's difficult here, you know, to sound. Without trying to say that it's like even when we talk in terms of the media, we say the media is a mirror of society. So those who are representing us, even in power, are mirrors of our society.
And even the Senate has come out to say that they won't dabble into this controversy. Are they justified in distancing themselves at this point?
This is the same thing. The Senate is not a court. I think the wise thing to do in the face of a promise of an investigation is not how the investigation takes place. The Senate exists to serve the rest of us. Like I said, they are not a court. And whatever they do now may model up ongoing efforts. So I think there's wisdom in the saying at this point in time, prepare to wait for the investigation to take place. Because I think that's what they're doing. You know, by no means are they afraid of speaking their mind on matters like this, but it makes sense to get all the sides of the story, you know, just like we do in the media. So several sides to a story, and until you have all of those sides, you cannot have a complete tale. You know, so this is the point. If we were to use that as a framework for this conversation, it means that we need to wait for additional information to be put out there, because to act on the basis of some supposition, some speculation, it wouldn't be right. It wouldn't be right. And as journalists, we are investigators too, and we know that we must get to the bottom of the report, even before we write a line or two. So this is, I think when you put that together, what the hesitancy of the Senate as may be, I would think that they are hesitating on the side of caution, to allow for investigations to take place. Because when you express opinions on the floor of the Senate, and those opinions carry weight, they can undermine an investigation that is going on. I think it makes sense for the Senate to recuse itself at this time.
Now, looking at this broadly, what, in your opinion, would you say are the wider institutional failures that allowed this situation to develop?
And it shows how both as an institution, we haven't always been very keen in our observation, very keen in how we watch what's going in and what is coming out. And that is why these guys, whoever they are, got embedded into the system. And since we live in a country where people are more interested in the money in your pocket and not how you got it, anybody could do anything to earn some money, And of course, if that is correct, then maybe Adeyemina, who's being verified, it's even important that we hear from him. Let him tell us why and how he got where he got. And then this is why, it's difficult for me to proceed without additional information, so that all of us don't keep making the same mistakes. I believe that, of course, it exposed how our backline is open. If you have a website and you don't have that backline washed, hackers will get in. So this is the thing. I think that at this point in time, it's obvious that what has happened, embarrassing as it is, has shown that we haven't kept a keen eye on what's happening within our public service, and particularly when it comes to funds. You can now understand why it's difficult, no matter what you do, to stop those leakages that are usually embarrassing and costly, to not just to our national institutions, but also our national image.
Now, as 2027 draws near, seeing this level of scandal, what issues do you think could possibly arise from this that could affect the 2027 elections or even the outcome?
Now, what will happen is that it will become a major talking point. And I think our politics should be based on issues. We should be debating issues. We should be discussing more deeply instead of attacking persons. And so this is the point. I think that Providence has given us something to chew on, something to discuss as we go forward towards 2027. And so, we can honestly, I'm one of those who support issue-based politics. So let the Nigerian people know what they are voting for. Are you voting for reform? Are you voting for a rollback of reform? If there are trade issues, are you pro-life or, you support abortion? It's time we played up issues because that's the only way we can have identical positions taken by the political parties. So many people have this, you don't even know what you are voting for. Voting day, then somebody brings some little brown pennies and you collect it. And then the next thing you are shouting that you have a bad government. Then why did you take the money? So all of this, the point I'm making is that we need to look at ourselves as Nigerians, and we should be able to reorganize ourselves. Sometimes you say that leaders should lead, but followers should set the stage too. A leader dances in accordance with what he perceives is the orientation of the followership. So while leaders should structure our direction, followers should be able to, straighten their necks, make sure that they don't step out of line. So I think going forward, yes, it's something that, of course, will be discussed, will form part of the campaigns. The opposition has something to debate with, and it's up to them now what they do with it. And then the system, which is fighting back, trying to straighten things, also has something to present. So how they handle this issue will to a large extent, justify the confidence that the people have, not just in their quest to return to power, but what they're doing thus far.
And going forward, what would you recommend, or what would you say needs to change in our system to prevent controversies like this from happening?
I think that, one, we must give the media kudos. The media has always been up front there, on the front line, exposing scams like this, challenging the nation's conscience through its numerous presentations. So we must give that to the media. It's been doing a clinical job over the years. Now, so what should we do as a country? Yes, we should become much more watchful. You know, you see something, you say something. So, and then one other thing to say here is that those who have come before us, sought our mandate to represent us, must be above board. And it's ridiculous, you know, difficult to even believe that under the watch of an administration, some people who do not belong to the system were able to infiltrate the system to an extent that even if it is true, there were budget 3 allocations. So a non-government actor, you know, in the government budget, it's strange. It's strange, honestly. But it only means that people out there too who are holding power, because it's not easy, should sit up, you know, be much more watchful. Because many people, like the Bible says, not all who says, Lord, Lord, will get into the kingdom. So there are many people who are saying, we are supporting you, but they're supporting their intent, their personal intent. And they should be able to separate the wheat from the chaff. I think I should stop there.
Thank you so much, Chief Obonnanwuke, for joining us on the program this morning. It's an absolute pleasure to have you.
Thank you.
That's it for this particular conversation. Do stay tuned, as Signature Morning will be back after now.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Still on the topic of the PFIPC scandal, coming up next is a discussion we had with Dr. Chikam Nayo Eze, NDC chieftain, lawyer, and two-time commissioner for information, Abia State. Do take a look.
Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Welcome back. Now, the controversy surrounding the Presidential Foreign Investment Promotion Council, PFIPC, has become one of the biggest governance scandals facing the Tinubu administration. And while the presidency insists the council never existed, emerging documents indicate that several government institutions have processed official correspondence from this council. And of course, it's bringing up a lot of contradictions and controversies, which we're going to unpack this morning. We have on the phone Dr. Chikamnayo Eze. He is a two-time Commissioner for Information, Abia State, and is also an NDC chieftain and lawyer. You're very much welcome to Signature Morning. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you, and good morning.
Now, when you look at, everything that has happened, looking at the controversy and all that has emerged so far, what opinion do you have about this PFIPC controversy?
Well, it's a very shocking and unfortunate addition to the litany of and controversy that has led the Tinubu-led administration since inception. And it's unfortunate because Nigerians are almost getting completely insensitive to things that should bother us as a people and as a nation. This country is getting beyond almost that even the death of our citizens, the exploitation of our common patrimony, and so many of such things that would ordinarily raise serious eyebrows in other crimes are looked at in this country as a normal thing. Inverted commas, open and close is normal. Otherwise, in several crimes, there is no way Bajabia, the chief of staff to the president, should still be in office with this level of exposition and exposure of what has happened under his watch, as alleged by one of the people who claims to have been close to him and who claims to have facilitated their entry. So my sister, it's not just an opinion that what could have happened, that as soon as this level of scandal broke out, the government of Tinubu also has become very harassed, and as is customary, the ML should have been asked to set aside as it were until an investigation, an independent and thorough investigation is conducted. So as to unravel what role was played by him and what role other people in the government they have played in this very serious issue.
Now, speaking of Gbajabiamila and the calls for resignation, the opposition has called for that, including your party as well. Do you support this demand?
Yes, wholeheartedly. Because you cannot be a judge in your own matter. And you cannot be in office while you're being investigated at the same office. It is absolutely against the laws and even against the crime. That's why the laws and the law. Because a lot of people have said Nigeria is a huge, big crime scene. And I don't believe them. There are many Nigerians who are upright. There are many Nigerians who have taken a lot of effort and time to cultivate integrity. And so, when people are trying to normalize crime, corruption, and all of that, it is incumbent upon the government to take a stand, a firm stand, and say, no, we are going to uphold justice, equity, and justice as a government, because the government represents all of us. If you recall, the scandal is between the chief of staff to the president, Femi Gbajabiamila, and the purported director general of the what they call the presidential foreign investment and all of that, the rhetoric. It's even an establishment that has to do a commission. The man, Adeyemi, claimed, accused Gbajabiamila of collecting 400 million from him as bribe to facilitate his appointment. He also went ahead to accuse the chief of staff to the president of adding extra 200 million. And that was the reason why both of them fell apart, because he did not allow the chief of staff to insert about 24 billion into his budget. While this was going on, one of the people who were principal actors in that matter, one Dolabo Tazimola, who was acting as a go-between between Gbajabiamila and Adeyemi, died in a mysterious fire incident in his home. And this same Adeyemi is alleging several attempts at his life. And Nigerians seem to be moving on. The government seems to be behaving as if nothing has happened. And Nigerian life has been lost. Billions of Nigerian money is involved. And the integrity of the nation is intact because this so-called commission or agency has been dealing directly with foreign investors and foreign agencies and foreign institutions, which means it's not just a family affair. It is something that actually impugns on our collective image and our collective integrity as a people. So while this is going on, this man, that is the Adeyemi of a man, was accused by Gbajabiamila of being fake. He said he took his appointment by fraud. He said he got his office in the Federal Secretariat by fraud. He said he started his so-called agency in the budget by fraud. He said he employed over 300 Nigerians by fraud. He said the cabinet office, the office of the Accountant General, and all of that has been dealing with people fraudulently. He even said that the central bank account opened by this agency was done by fraud. So, how do you expect Nigerians to believe that? Anybody who has been in government will know that you cannot just go to a business center and create an appointment letter. It will not fly. I have been in office. I was Commissioner 1 at the Civil Service Commission. I've been Commissioner in various ministries. When you are appointed into government office, you take your letter. If it comes from the office of the Secretary to Government, it will be minuted to the Accountant General so that you can get your salaries and emoluments. It will be minuted to other ministries, departments, and agencies. And you will come for what is called documentation. In the process of documentation, your documents and your antecedents will be properly checked. So are you telling me that this man forged appointment letter did not go through documentation? Are you telling me that the over 300 people that were posted, some of them were made executive directors in that agency, and all of that happened at an agency that is unknown to government? Are you telling me that for you to open an account in CBN, for you to open a government account, it is not something you just wake up to do? It goes through a lot of processes. There must be a letter from the office of the Accountant General to any bank, whether it is a commercial bank, whether it is CBN. The Accountant General of the state or the Accountant General of the country must write the bank and attest to the authenticity of that agency before an account will be opened. And we are being told that this magician, his appointment letter, paid all the workers that he got, was able to move into the Federal Secretariat, the separate Federal Secretariat of Nigeria, and occupy a massive office and organize events where the EFCC chairman attended, where various leaders of government attended, where international personalities and institutions are attended, and all of this is able to do that without any connivance, without any knowledge, without any form of assistance, without any form of involvement of those at the helm of affairs. They can tell that to the Marines. Nigerians are not fools. Nigerians are not fools, and we cannot continue to be fooled. So what I have said and what I have demanded in a very plain and unequivocal manner is that Senator Miller should be suspended forthwith. He should have been suspended long ago and allowed to go through an investigation, a transparent investigation. When the former minister had issues like that, she was asked to leave the cabinet. When Martin Naji had issues of certificate challenges, he was asked to leave the cabinet. And so on and so forth. Even in the Buhari administration, when the former secretary to government of the federation was accused of having to have had issues that had to do with money that dealt with what they call it, to leave government. So why is Jabianga being made a secret cow?
But Dr. Eze, if you can hear me now, you've spoken on Bajabi Amila and your support for his resignation or suspension. But should he be the only focus? I mean, you mentioned the Accountant General's office and some other offices that are linked to this PFIPC. Don't you think that the same measures should also be taken for those offices as well?
Listen, I'm starting with Bajabi Amila. That is not the end. What I'm saying is that Bajabi Amila is the one that directly accused, but for us to have a thorough investigation and for us to have a semblance of sanity and our lost credibility in this national community, the Secretary to Government of the Federation should resign. The Minister of Budget and Planning should resign. The CBN Governor should resign. Every one of these people, listen to me again, as the SGF, should resign immediately. If it's saying that it is possible for somebody to make an appointment letter, and this letter will go into the system, and this person will go through all the means of documentation without his knowledge, that is enough to show that he is not supposed to be in that office. Akume should resign. Minister of Budget who decided a fake agency and capable of robbing Nigerians of millions of staff money should resign. And the Indian government who is there and authorized effectively to open an account without carrying out due diligence and without going through all of the processes to be able to find out if that agency is real or fake should resign. That is what happens in standard clients. Some of these people, they must leave their office and allow an independent investigation. Not about the Biamina. It's about the government of President Bola Tinubu being a dysfunctional government. The government of President Bola Tinubu is completely being depicted as a dysfunctional government. If we have an SGF that would not be able to make if he has a budget office that is unable to get a fake agency, he has a civil governor that is not able to do this to the city and is able to provide the agency to open a CBN account. All of these are the greatest elements of the Tinubu administration. And they will be shown everywhere immediately and investigated. That is the only way Nigerians can take Tinubu and the government seriously.
one of the other things that we would also need to speak about is the documents. Now, seeing that fresh documents suggest that the Office of the Secretary to the Government of the Federation received, acknowledged, and even forwarded a request from PFIPC to EFCC. Do you think that the existence of this official correspondence changes the nature of this controversy?
It shows that there is complicity. You know, if I'm going to put it in idea. If it's not complicity, it is negligence. If it is not negligence, it is yes. So, this is unraveled. And these people cannot be in office. One of these investigations is being, carried out because you don't have this report. You know the official government to secure the case out of shape and out of order. So we need them to leave that office. HGF should resign. CBS governor should resign. The budget of the heading should resign. But the Abela should resign. Heads not so. Anymore. If it does not happen, it shows that they are running a dysfunctional presidency. They are running a dysfunctional federal government. It means that anybody can walk into something and penetrate the office of the penetrate the office of the budget office, penetrate the central bank of Nigeria, and the head of the president is the office of the chief of staff. Where else is left? Where else is left in the apparatus of governance of this country? That is so-called have not been replaced. All the officers who are supposed to be in charge of this business, they must leave immediately. And a transparent, dispassionate, independent investigator brought in. That's only when Nigerians can take President Tinubu and his government. His so-called corruption, seriously. That's
Dr. Eze, are you still with us?
Yes, I'm here.
All right, go ahead, please.
I hope you got the point.
All right, Dr. Eze, moving on, let's also discuss how this sets us to the international community. What message does this scandal and controversy send to the international community, particularly seeing that Nigeria somehow already has this reputation for being fraudulent? How does this controversy further affect our image?
The only way we can safeguard our image is for President Tinubu to immediately ask the SGF to resign, the CBN governor to resign, the chief of staff, Bajabi Amila to resign, George Akume should resign, the CBN governor should resign, and whoever is heading the budget office should resign to save our image. Otherwise, the international community will see that the presidency of Tinubu, as it were, is dysfunctional, is ineffective, and is porous. The only way to save our collective image as a nation and the image of this government is for all the people involved. Let me repeat. Femi Bajabi Amila, chief of staff, SGF, who is supposed to have taken note and then taking care of the so-called appointment letter and allocation of office at the Federal Secretariat. The budget office that allowed a fake agency, as it is now being alleged, to have brought in budget running into billions into our books. And the CBN governor that is able to authorize a fake agency to open accounts in our collective vote in the CBN. All of these people must be asked to step aside immediately for us to regain a semblance of credibility before the international community.
Now, would you say that this has political implications, particularly looking ahead to 2027 elections?
If you are the average voter in Nigeria, will you vote for a government that will allow an individual to walk into the sacred offices of our collective institutions, our exalted institutions, the highest office of the land, the presidency? Will you vote for a government that will be so porous that on its own it will admit that under its watch somebody is able to walk into the heart of the presidency, walk into the heart of the SGF office, walk into our budget, walk into our central bank? Will you vote for such a government? The Nigerian people are seeing through this government, and the Nigerian people are asking them to do the barest minimum, at least before their time is up.
Thank you so much, Dr. Chikamnayo Eze, for joining us on Signature Morning. It's a pleasure.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
We are local.
International communities observing
Where the main market is in chaos. People
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken it to by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Is Nigeria's agricultural sector under threat? Well, this is a question that we're assessing with Professor Obi Israel. He is member P3 PAN and transformational leadership and development expert. You're welcome to Signature Morning, Professor Israel. Thank you for joining us.
Good morning, listeners.
Professor Israel, can you hear me?
Yes, I'm hearing you clearly. Thank you for having me again today. Good morning, listeners.
Thank you for joining us. Good morning. First of all, what do you think, or how would you assess the state of Nigeria's agricultural sector?
Yes, today's topic is a very important one because of the role that agriculture plays in the life of individuals and society at large. First of all, before we continue, we should try to give a holistic definition of what is called agriculture so that our listeners will understand us better. In a very simple but comprehensive manner, agriculture is defined as cultivation of the land for the purpose of producing food for man, feeds for animals, and raw materials for industries. Let me take it again. Agriculture is defined as the cultivation of land for the purpose of producing food for man, feeds for animals, and raw materials for industries. So that definition underscores the huge benefits, the great importance of agriculture to families, individuals, society at large, which means without agriculture, there'll be no food. Without agriculture, there'll be no feeds for animals, and there'll be no animals. Without agriculture, there'll be no industries. There'll be no employment for many people. So you can see the importance of agriculture from such a definition. So when I'm talking about agriculture, is something that concerns everybody on the planet Earth. Nobody is exempted, whether you are rich or poor, downtrodden, the high and the mighty. Everybody survives on agriculture, directly or indirectly. So having defined agriculture, we can still move forward from there. Maybe do more of benefits of agriculture to society, then take a panorama of agricultural activities in parts of the world, what agriculture is doing to many people in different parts of the globe, including Ukraine, Russia, Canada, US, and indeed many parts of Europe. We'll do that. Then we'll talk about agriculture under threat in Nigeria. Yes, we don't need to be told. We'll do a kind of holistic review of the kind of threats that agriculture is facing.
Yes,
right
Professor
here
Israel, I don't
in
know if you
Nigeria.
can hear me, but as you've given the
hearing you.
background as to what agriculture is about, I would also like to hear your own assessment, looking at what you have around you and what we have going on in the country. Can you tell us what you think of the state of the agricultural sector in Nigeria? Then we build from there.
Good. Let us, before we talk about the agriculture sector in Nigeria under threat, is agriculture even important? If it's not important, why do we talk about it? From the benefits we derive from agriculture, then one would say, what importance do we attach to it? Then talk about the threats. If something is not important to you and is being threatened, you cannot talk about it. But if something is adding value to your life, or you depend on it, and that thing is being threatened, you cannot keep quiet. You're going to shout, you're going to make noise, you're going to fight to make sure you recover that thing before it gets too late. What are the benefits of agriculture, first of all? That's what you're asking ourselves. Number one, food security. Food security. In the hierarchy of needs by Abraham Maslow, food is at the base of the pyramid. One of the basic needs of man is food. They talk about clothing and shelter. All these factors are products of agriculture, whether you call it food, per man, clothes, or you call it shelter. They are all products of what? Agriculture. Without agriculture, there'll be no food. Without agriculture, there'll be no clothes. Clothes you are wearing now, the fabric. Without agriculture, you won't build a house. You can see the importance of agriculture. Apart from talking about food security, you have fruits, vegetables, crops, you have meat, fish, what you call animal husbandry, hunting, fish farming. These are all parts of agriculture, livestock. So think of no agriculture. These things will never be. Number two, raw materials for industry. Agriculture supplies raw material to industries, and these industries, in effect, employ so many people in their thousands and millions. So without agriculture, there'll be no employment for many, many people, especially those who live in the urban communities. No agriculture, there'll be no, even cosmetics, even medicines, wood. These things are products of what? Agriculture. Talk about jobs and livelihood. Many people depend on agriculture for their living, everyday living. So talk about culture and social values. Agriculture also shapes communities and traditions. Talk about rural development. Many people in the rural areas take agriculture as their source of livelihood. But what about economic foundations? Agri-export is a major stake of so many economies all over the world. What about good environment? Agriculture provides climate solutions, right? By including soil health and water management. So you can go on and on and on and say, look at this, look at that. They make up the benefits of agriculture to the world of mankind. In fact, it's sacrosanct that life depends on agriculture. But when we come to Nigeria here, the question now is, why is agriculture being threatened? Are there threats to agricultural activities in Nigeria? Since agri is an activity that keeps life going, is it threatening the Nigeria? The answer is yes. Are you following what I'm saying?
Go on, Professor. I can hear you.
Yes. Now let's look at factors that threaten agriculture in Nigeria and what solutions. Number one is insecurity. Almost all parts of Nigeria right now are under siege of terrorists, bandits, kidnappers, what have you, armed robbers. Farmers cannot go to their farms now with the mind of peace. Before they come out, either they are killed or they are being chased away. So how can there be agriculture when people are not safe? When they are being killed, massacred in their large number. So number one thing is government has to fix security. That's one way to revive agriculture in Nigeria. Because without that alone, agri could die natural deaths. If farmers cannot step into their farms and come back alive, nobody would like to die prematurely because he wants to produce food for man or fish for animals or raw materials for industry. Number two will be lack of political will on the part of government. We don't see the government willpower to develop that sector of the economy called agriculture. A country like Nigeria is not even cultivating 5% of arable lands. Look at the northern Nigeria. Look at lands. Look at the southern Nigeria, southwest. Almost all the food we eat in Nigeria come from one integral part of the country. Why is that? Why is that so? So there's no will on the part of government to develop agriculture as a major contributor in the national economy. Corruption in governments. Everybody wants to get rich quick. With a stroke of the pen, a government official can commit fraud worth millions and billions of naira within a couple of minutes. And they don't care. So when you see your mates, maybe you're a graduate or a professional, within a few months or a few years of joining politics, they own estates, travel overseas, they pay expensive school fees for their children, they change lifestyle, they have uncountable number of cars, and you are these are your mates, and you are farming, and you are not even sure of your life. How would you feel? So government has to reduce corruption drastically among these officials. Even now, as I speak with you, you know what is trending? But fake government companies, and all the rest of them. We are listening, we are hearing. So long as corruption is there, it's a very big threat to agricultural development in Nigeria. What about poor leadership? When there's no vision, people perish. Many leaders are not visionary. So to them, agriculture is a waste of time. It's something for the downtrodden and the poor, for dropouts. That's how they look at it. So poor leadership is a major contributor to the threats of agriculture. As much as possible, should be ameliorated, right? So that leadership can be for people who have the vision, who know the importance of expanding the scope of agriculture. Lack of developmental plan, no developmental plan, no blueprint to include agriculture in the mainstream of things in Nigeria. Expensive farm implements. Many farmers cannot buy implements, simple implements, but they don't have the money because agricultural activities are not subsidized as expected. There's no sufficient subsidy for agriculture in Nigeria for farmers to pleasurably and comfortably go to farms, singing and dancing and happy like their counterparts in other parts of the world. Where is fertilizer? How much does it cost? Many farmers cannot afford it. I'm talking about threats to agriculture in Nigeria, the factors that threaten agriculture in this country. Farm price fertilizer is bad. They'll tell you how much. And farmers are crying. These are the things they need.
All right, Professor Israel. Now, seeing that you've mentioned some of the threats to the agricultural sector, do you think that Nigeria can realistically achieve food sufficiency and improve the sector looking at the current conditions?
Yes, it's very, very possible to improve. Whenever I go to speak to people on a matter like this, I do tell them one thing. There's the largest room in life is room for improvement. You're a lady. At your age, you can be looking better and bigger than even your younger ones because of the way you package yourself. Right? Yeah, in Israel,
Professor Israel, are you still with us?
sells fruits, vegetables in millions and billions of dollars. So right here in Nigeria, it depends on the kind of attention that government gives to farmers. The government is willing to support agricultural activities. Agri can contribute so much to national development and economy. If government is willing to help, at least provide the education that families need to receive to know the importance of agriculture, and make sure that farmers are protected anywhere they go. And we have storage system so that we don't dispose all the things we produce from the farm after a few days, after a few weeks, they get spoiled, they are thrown away, and farmers suffer pollution, waste, losses. They will not be happy. So it's very, very possible here for us to cultivate so much, feed ourselves, and have more for our animals and the industries. We have land enough. Look at Niger State alone. Look at Kaduna. Look at Nasarawa, Katsina, Kebbi. I mean, let's name them. Zamfara. We have a lot of places to do agricultural activities and get massive results. But is that happening? So I've said it here that Nigeria is not even cultivating up to 5% of the arable lands. And that is very, very shocking, very, very embarrassing, which means government has to wake up to that area of responsibility. Many, many people depend on farming. And when you make this farming activities very attractive, it reduces urban migration. Many young people want to come to the city to enjoy city life, electricity, want to have water. So why not provide these things over there in the villages so that they be encouraged to stay behind and do farm work and produce what we need in terms of food, in terms of raw materials, in terms of clothing, in terms of housing. They can do it. If all the young men and women leave the rural areas and come to urban centers, then leaving agriculture to the poor, the sick, the elderly, how can we survive it? That's the question. So the solution is here and there. It's even right in the nose of government and families. Make great awareness of this thing called agriculture. Show interest as government that, oh, we want to move people, want to motivate them, want to help them, want to support them, want to provide for them to embark on agriculture. Maybe what I may call fully backward integrated agricultural scheme. Fully backward integrated agricultural scheme. Yes, from the farm to factory to the kitchen, then to your stomach. Very, very easy, very possible. You can do it. But agriculture is a very simple thing to do, very, very heavily rewarding, but people may not know. Now, when Obasanjo established his farm many years ago, some people were laughing at him. Look at this man, a big man like you, a former head of state. What are you doing with agriculture? Today, go and ask Obasanjo and other farms, Boa farms, how much they're making out of agriculture. I happened to stay in the north some time ago. Now, look at how the north is producing rice now. They have Olan's farm. Go to Nasarawa State, see how they are producing Okebi. That rice is like gold. If you come to Lagos here, go to Lasu Gate, Alaba Arago, just going toward Badagry. When you pass Yanoba, go to Lasu Gate, go to Alaba Arago, keep on moving forward. What you see that will shock you. The kind of pile of rice you see there can feed the entire Lagos. They are coming from the north. That's what we want. Ukraine supplies almost all the wheat you need for bread. Ukraine and Russia. Why can't we produce wheat here? Nigerians eat bread a lot, but the materials for the bread are coming from outside the country. Do you know how many billions of dollars that some of the countries make every year from agriculture? Why can't we produce all these things? Ginger, garlic, wheat, maize, corn, unicorn, and what have you? Why can't you produce even palm oil? Go and price palm oil now, maybe one bottle of it in the market. It will shock you that a country like Nigeria is buying a small bottle of palm oil at more than 1,000 naira, something that should not cost more than 100 naira. Where's the palm oil? Why the soya oil? So everything is very, very expensive because the government and the people have not paid great attention to what is called agriculture. You can't buy plantain, very expensive. You cannot buy fruits. Go and price all these things in the market. Vegetables, because there's poor response to farmers and what do you call it, and agriculture people, those who do agricultural business. Nobody wants to support them anyway. So they are on their own. Whether they have profits or sustain losses, nobody cares. That is why we are having all these issues and challenges on agriculture. At the same time, we need agri to survive as a nation. Agriculture can compete favorably with our oil wealth if we pay great attention to it.
Thank you so much, Professor Obi Israel, for joining us. I enjoyed this conversation, and let's look forward. Hopefully, our agricultural sector in Nigeria will improve, just like you have said. Thank you once again for joining us on the program.
It's always a pleasure.
It's always a pleasure to have you as well. Professor Obi Israel is a member P3 PAN and transformational leadership and development expert. Asking the question, is Nigeria's agricultural sector under threat? That brings us to the end of our discussions this morning from my ENUGU studios. Thank you so much for sticking with us on Signature Morning. I am Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha, and I'll be handing over to Abuja studios. Good morning.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Hi, my name is Daniel Chikro and I am a champion.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day. We at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Why is overrated, and they even overrated themselves, and when you go see it, they are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what they call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change the narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. we are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
New every morning on Signature TV. We open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem. There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Signature TV, news in your pocket. Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day. We at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Wayek is overrated, and they even overrated themselves and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never heard what it was CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change a narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Tired of the snow? Tired of the bad TV signals? Nigeria has gone digital. Introducing Free TV, the national platform for every Nigerian. Get 100 plus channels immediately. Sports, news, and entertainment in your native language with clear picture quality. Whether you're in the city or the village, our satellite signal reaches every corner of 36 states from day one. No monthly subscription, just a compatible decoder and you are set. It's a national asset built for you. Take the show on the road, download the Free TV app and stream your favorite channels anywhere. Starting this May, scan to download the app or call 0700 388 7277. Free TV, digital TV for free. Brought to you by NBC.
The author of the book, Udo Jude Ilo, founding partner of Thoughts and Maze Advisory, a policy firm focused on policy, democracy, and third sector support. Civil society organizations set out to provide a useful guide to sustainability and resilience of CSOs in Africa. In his vote of thanks at the event, he emphasized that motivated staff, innovation, and capacity to work with others are necessary foundation for sustainability.
There's been a lot of things I've seen running a foundation in Nigeria, running an international organization in the Netherlands, reading books, interacting with people, helping to found organizations, and supporting organizations. There are very common trends, and I leave you with three. One trend that I know that makes almost every organization successful is when you treat your staff right. It doesn't matter about how profound your ambition is or how smart you are. If you don't treat your staff right, your organization will fail completely. The second thing is that you have to be innovative. You cannot answer the old question with the old answer that was wrong. And for every organization where I've seen that innovation, it's always worked. And the third thing is about working with others. No person can do it by him or herself.
Kole Shetima, African Director of MacArthur Foundation, then raised the issue of funding for civil society organizations. He called on the Nigerian government, wealthy individuals, and private interests to fund NGOs instead of the NGOs relying on foreign donors.
Subject of resilience, especially in this funding crisis that we have found ourselves. I think that we also have to think, okay, what can we do in this kind of context and situation? I think one of the themes about this work is around domestic philanthropy. How do we encourage our own philanthropic organizations to do what we are doing? So if the government of Netherlands give us money to do our work, why can't the Nigerian government give us money to give our own money as well? Why can't we go to the rich people in Nigeria, whether it's Dangote or whoever they are and others? Why don't we also look at the process whereby we can be funded?
The issue of funding and the likely strings attached to it, steered by Dr. Obi Ezekwesili, who delivered the keynote speech. She said that civil societies must restore the dignity of the African continent and argued that funding was not the greatest challenge being faced by the civil societies. She insisted that the capacity to hold governments to account and organize citizens around their own interest was the major issue confronting the NGOs.
So the dignity of a society is actually obtained in the way that a civil society is organized. So what we've come today is not just because, Jude wrote a book, we're here to talk about it. This could be a defining moment from how our society is organized. Civil society must restore the dignity of Africa. So the idea that it is money that is the greatest impediment to civil society on our continent is a fallacy. It is the fact that we now have governments that have scant regard for what civil society role is in the democratic and governance processes.
Dr. Otive Igbuzo, founder of Center LSD, who reviewed the book, said that civil societies must remain the conscience of the society.
In many African countries, including Nigeria, CSOs remain indispensable actors in deepening democracy, advocating for social justice, providing humanitarian services, and amplifying the voices of the poor and excluded. It is within this broader context that building on solid ground, primer on resilience and sustainability of CSOs in Africa by Udo Jude Ilo emerges as a timely and significant intervention. The book is a practical, reflective, and analytically rich contribution to the discourse on civil society resilience and institutional sustainability in Africa.
The book launch, which took place at the National Human Rights Commission Auditorium, attracted members of the civil society, activists, lawyers, and the media. In Abuja, I am Nasir Usman for Signature TV.
We are local.
The international community is observing every. Just finished the Wait, the main market is in chaos. People are.
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye. We have taken it to by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket. New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem. There's no outstanding graduate when Obi took over from me. I left, in all the accounts of Anambra State, 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorum, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on e-vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder. So,
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hubs on e-vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Every second, every minute.
To Signature Morning, this beautiful, cool, but rainy
morning in the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja. My name is Mwabos Njoko, and this is Signature Morning. Let us start this way. It is the season of politics. For now, it is intra-party politics. The political parties are choosing their candidates for elections at the different levels of governance in our country. But it is also what I may call the season of reckoning. Because a number of the candidates will begin to make promises. A number of the candidates will begin to tell you what they have done. They will have a saying that if you know you can cure the devil's arrow, let me tell you what the Igbos call the devil's arrow, whitlow. If you can cure it, if you can heal it, let's see your fingers and see whether your own fingers are straight. You cannot have crooked fingers caused by whitlow and you say, oh, I am an expert in curing or healing people with whitlow. That's not true. So it is also the season of reckoning for those of them who are already in government and who want to continue rendering service. What manner of service have they rendered to warrant asking the electorate to give them another mandate? In the course of this program, you get to know why we want to interrogate this issue. For now, let me introduce my guest. My guest this morning is Prince Elias Odemena. Prince Odemena is the publisher of Head News magazine, and he is very interested in public affairs, especially in the outcome of governance in our country. Outcome measured by the level of development, different levels of our federation experienced in different administrations. Prince, can I welcome you to the program?
Good morning.
Yeah, welcome.
And thank you for having me.
Great. Prince, I said this could be the season of reckoning. Can I ask how you feel, what expectations you have as the political parties begin to make their choices? Because all these will lead to actual elections and the enthronement of governments at different levels. What should the political parties be doing now in selecting their candidates?
Yeah, the political parties selecting the candidate is one thing, and letting the candidates to know the manifesto of the party, manifestos of the party is another thing. Some of them are jumping from one political party to the other without knowing the manifestos of that political party you are joining. And then at the end of this, things will not augur well to the political party, to the candidates themselves, and to the nation in general. How can you enter a bus that you don't know the destination of that bus? For instance, it cannot see a luxurious bus going to Owerri or Abia or Kaduna. You jump into it when you are going to Lagos. So you must know the manifestos of the political party you are joining.
Yeah, but Prince, that also brings me to something. You just raised a different issue totally. Do we really know the manifestos? Are the political parties hinting, because it's not time for campaign yet, so they may say it's not time for us to unwrap what we have and bring this content out of the envelope. What kind of manifestos should the Nigerian electorate be expecting for the political parties, and therefore being able to align the candidates to the manifestos of those parties? What kind of expectations should Nigeria be having?
You know, manifestos is a strategy. It's what you are going to use in selling themselves to the public.
But it's a promise as well.
Yes, of course. But from how many years now? In the past, from up, more than 2 decades now, many people will contest election on the political party, and they will not know the manifestos of that political party. And this is one of the problems we are having in Nigeria as a nation. You can ask anybody. Also, they're supposed to be telling people, "This is our manifesto. This one." That's what they're supposed to tell people first. If I'm a national party of a chairman, and you are coming to my party, I say, "This is our this is our manifestos. This is what we believe. This is what we
stand for."
What's what we stand for? Then during the campaign, then it starts to
break those things down,
telling it to the people. But then we have hazardly tell people during the campaign, this is our manifesto, without
the candidate themselves being knowing or being convinced that they can deliver on those
manifestos.
Okay, Prince, that is our expectations from the political parties. But this conversation this morning is being rooted in the subnationals. And I'll tell you why I want to root this conversation in the subnationals. The president, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, has on more than 10 occasions said that his government is generating more revenue than any other government in recent history. And that his statement has been supported by virtually every other state governor in this country by admitting that they are getting much more money than they have ever gotten before. Every time you and I and some of our other colleagues sit down to do analysis of the outcome of governance and all that, we seem to focus our attention on the federal government. Whereas if you look at the quantum of money going to now to the states governments also be held to account. Now, a number of the state governments will be having their this is their last tenure. This is after May of next year, they are gone and gone for good. But some of them want to continue. Is it not time we began asking questions? If you want to continue, tell us what we've accomplished. Since you are getting much more money, show us, as you will say, show us your hand. Is it not time?
Yeah. Let me just digest a little bit.
Yes.
I met one American during the Buhari regime. He told me that in the United States, some people do not know the name of their president. All they know is that they vote for party and their county chairman and their governor. They know. They don't know any other person. But first of all, let me use the medium to thank President Bola Ahmed Tinubu for giving governors more money for those who are working with the money, and less job for those governors who believe in frivolities. You see, it is painful at times.
Yes, please.
Let me start from Cross River, Governor Utu. There's a program you call Kick Out Hunger and Bamboo Something Initiative. You brought Chinese people. And this Bamboo Initiative of Governor Utu can give Nigerians more than 10 million jobs when they finish this thing. And the population of those looking for jobs in Cross River may not be up to 500,000. So I commend the Governor for that one. And the president should help him more, help Governor on that. You go to Adamawa.
Okay.
Adamawa.
Adamawa
State. Governor Fintiri. He built one model school in each of the local government. 5 flyovers, international shopping complex with a conference center. That one is still ongoing. A lot of projects going there. You go to what they call it, Osun State. There was a time the president, no, not the president, the federal government is I don't know whether they have finished their court case with the governor.
Yes.
And
that's over local government revenue.
And the federal government blocked
allocation
going to Osun local government. But it does not stop the governor, the dancing governor. It doesn't stop him from working. Adeleke is working without that, that
allocation to local government.
And when he's having some problem, he called his elder brother. Davido dad. He also called Davido. They brought in money for him to start handling a local government fund. I am from Southeast. Let me say that I prefer to call myself an Igbo man, because instead of calling myself from Southeast, because if you want to know the real people from Southeast, it starts from Benue, Cross River, Akwa Ibom, Rivers. Some of our Igbo brothers, they're in Benue. We have 13 indigenous people of.
Let's leave that.
Okay, let's leave that. So we know what is happening in all those things. Go to your state, for instance. Some people come and say, Tinubu is giving LSOT money. He's giving LSOT money. He's giving out their state money. My question to them is Tinubu giving LSOT money from his pocket? Is it not the same allocation he's giving to the 36 state governors? Is it not the same thing they are giving them? Is it not the same money that Wike is receiving in the center? Wike is performing very well in Abuja. Is it not from the same source, federal government, that said the LSOT is everything out of favor? My God, I'm not a fan of LSOT, but as an Igbo man, I'm proud of LSOT. How can a LSOT? He just celebrated under 2 years of his being a governor. He did what three governors could not do in 24 years. Under 2 years, that time. Now, under 3 years, now he just celebrated 3 years. His record showed that he commissioned 414 roads. When we are busy doing our style here, going to our music, eating and doing merriment, LSOT was commissioning project in Abia State. Okay, we can't. Abia State is about former state government, they are owing about $190-something billion. Google it, you will see it. LSOT reduced it to 42. He cleared $140-something billion from the Abia State debt. And what they call them, debt management. Yes. They recommended the LSOT.
Can you hold your peace there?
Yes, sir.
Because why I say you hold your peace, you have raised something that should be an integral part of this conversation. You know that the issue we're addressing now is holding the state governments to account. Now, we began that conversation by taking up statements made by the president himself that the federal government is generating more revenue. The federal government is giving more money to the states. And the state government themselves admitting that they're getting much more money than at any time in the history of this country. You are trying to give me examples of states that are performing. But permit me, I'm going to give you the list of the 10 most indebted states in Nigeria. And I ask you whether it is not a contradiction. Lagos state government is owing 2.65 trillion naira. Is debt. These statistics are from the Debt Management Office. Kaduna is owing 1.03 trillion. Rivers State government is owing 641.29 billion. Edo, 596.9 billion. Ogun, 491.28 billion. Cross River, 455.34 billion, Bauchi 407.83 billion, ENUGU 355.35 billion, Delta 291.95 billion, and Imo 262.64 billion. These are the 10 most indebted states in Nigeria. Now, I cannot measure development statistically like this. If the level of indebtedness is to be measured against the amount of money you have borrowed, Lagos State should be the most developed, followed by Kaduna, followed by Rivers, followed by Edo, Ogun, Cross River, in that order till get to Imo. These 10 most indebted states in the country are supposed to be the most developed because they have borrowed so much money in addition to all the monies given to them by the state government. Now it is time of reckoning. Elections are coming. Should we be asking questions? This is your level of indebtedness. Can you weigh it against your level of development? Prince, I decided to go through these statistics to enable you now begin to raise questions or answer questions as to what the state governors should be telling us now, why they performed or did not perform, why they will ask for re-election or not.
So, thank you also for this information that you brought in now. Indebted state. Let's see the Abia State as our as our example of a state developing without no.
Yeah, that's the point I'm trying to make. Because you are citing Abia State as developing, but Abia State is not one of these indebted states. So where is the money of this?
Yes. So excuse me. Everything depends on the behavior of your governor. Everything depends on the behavior of governor. Governors and the local governments, Tinubu will not be there forever, because I thank Tinubu for creating a local government autonomy and making sure that he's pumping money to the state and local government. Tinubu even went to Supreme Court. He don't do it with executive order. He went to Supreme Court and he got judgment for
local government autonomy.
But today, our local government
are they autonomous?
Are they autonomous? Are they seeing the money? Because we are going to ask them question, no, not today. Tomorrow.
The time of
the time of reckoning is coming. The time of reckoning is coming. So what I'm using electricity as an example. Where is he getting the money? It's not from the same federal government allocation. Do you know this rules? As I said, let me not say, development wise, as I said, was dead before electricity coming. Development wise. Because electricity came, he brought, he assumed, like a and the Sambakwe, the development site. Assume it and start working. Go to a new local government. So a man, electricity, even if he doesn't do anything, he did, 200 primary health care centers. It's not that Abia said. The old one, he modernized them, he built new ones with a modern lab, reducing reduce the traffic to the general hospital and the other hospital and private hospital. Because if you're having a minor headache in my village,
you don't need to go.
I don't need to go to what they call it.
Any reference hospital.
But he made that's easy, and people are they're happy with that. Apart from that, he's building like last time during the time of his third time.
Third year anniversary.
He laid a foundation sort of a hospital in Bende. He's building one in ENUGU. He's building many, and at the same time, if you go to Arochukwu General Hospital, half of the hospital, we occupied half of the hospital. He's modernizing all those things. Where is he getting the money? Go to Aba. Aba was the dirty capital of Nigeria. See what he did in Aba. Investors are coming to Aba. Now they are manufacturing tire in Aba. Many companies, a man spent $100 billion to raise the food processing industry in Aba. Bring it to people in Aba. People now, and let's notice, as I'm talking to you now, their airport, because the former governor, let me not, he said that he collected 10 billion naira for airport. But people who are making jest of him say that he built it for witches and wizards. That's why Elizabeth cannot see the airport. But Elizabeth is building airport now. Now, they are study going on how it's going to be Obaku port. Where is Elizabeth getting the money? That's my question. It's not from the same governors. A governor can come now. And do you know one good thing about ENUGU? Apart from giving them that SS fund, they are giving all the things. When governors did federal government told in their state, ENUGU will pay, federal government will refund them. So you see some governors, they have been flying private jets, their wife is flying private jets. If they have want to do her, they will have a private jet, go to Abuja and do private and go to their state. Some of the governors in Nigeria, they live in private jet more than sitting in the office. And they're asking me what are they doing with the money. They're using the money for frivolities. Maybe when they share the money to some people, they'll be shouting. No? How can a governor, a state in Nigeria receive averagely, some of them, about 50 billion every 8 years.
Much more than that.
No, that's average. But a governor cannot cite a project of a project of 50,000 naira in a local government. It can't be to even what they call it, culvert or public toilet. What do you do with the state government money? Local government money. They have answered for all this question, no. And let's vote is opening our eyes. Until it's opening our eyes, people like Governor Otu, they're opening our eyes. I tell you what's happening in Adela, you know. How can a governor? Because a governor is tying a road that costs 3-4 local governments. Federal government told that he will collect the money. And he will sing hallelujah. That I think there's a project that passed through your state. No. Local government money is for local government, not for state governors, not for their wives. How can excuse me, at times, I like using LSOT as a yardstick. LSOT don't spend, he stay in Niger State. It doesn't move out. It hasn't moved out. If you come to Abuja, the next day you go back. The same thing as some governors. How can a governor be living in Abuja and you are governing your state? When they are stealing, you will not know. When at times they will bring a paper for you to sign, and they will go back and you'll be licensed in Abuja, and you call yourself a governor.
Now, Prince, you know that this conversation is also supposed to help the electorate make decisions. This conversation is supposed to help us begin to create tags for the governors, for the electorate. Because very soon there will be billboards everywhere. Some governors want to come back. Very soon there will be billboards everywhere. Some governors who have completed their tenure would want to go to the Senate. And it is a candidate becomes attractive to the electorate when the electorate is satisfied with his president. When he was governor, how did he perform? What did he do? How accountable was he? And therefore, why can I trust him with the Senate responsibility, with the Senate seat? Now, the Nigerian voter who has not seen any improvement in the hospitals since Governor A began his governorship. The Nigerian voter who has not seen any improvements in schools and educational facilities since Governor A came to power. The voter who has not seen any improvements in the roads the urban areas that do not even have water. I'm talking of things that are within the control of the state governments. How should the electorate be reacting to their candidature if they begin to rear their heads and say, I want to go to the Senate or I want a second term? What should the electorate be saying to them now? Because we're saying the day of reckoning is coming.
Yeah. Yeah. First of all, any sitting governor that doesn't perform have no business going for a second time. Any governor who did not perform have no business going to Senate. What I mean to Senate? As a governor, you have the money to develop the whole state. But you use the money in flying private jets. Now you want to come to state to come and do what in the Senate? To come and be hiding in Senate? Nigerians, please, I'm begging you, if your governor did not perform, don't let him to come to the Senate. Now, as a governor, you not, it didn't see him. You can't hold him. You know when you come to Abuja, you come and hold him responsible for what? Hold him for a development. Good development you don't want him to do for you again. And again, where we are going to put eyes in Nigeria now is the governors that want to plant a person who will replace them.
We'll come to that. That is very critical. We'll come to that. This is Signature Morning, and we're reaching you from Abuja, the Federal Capital Territory. We take a short break and we'll return. Please don't go anywhere. You're welcome back. My guest is still in the studio, Prince Elias Odemena. Prince Elias Odemena is publisher of Head News magazine and is a public affairs and is taking a lot of interest in governance and the outcome of governance. Prince, you were talking to the electorate. A governor who did not perform cannot suddenly learn how to perform when he comes to the Senate. A governor who did not perform in the first 4 years cannot suddenly discover himself in the next 4 years that he wants to ask for. So the electorate, you are talking to them. Please continue.
Yeah, well, as I said before, if you are a governor and you are not doing anything, and you think that when you come to Abuja, you make your central district to be a Paris in Africa. No. Some of them are coming to Abuja to be resting, sleeping in the National Assembly. They don't have, what do they know? How do they know? Some of them are governors, they don't know their left and their right. They don't know their left and their right. Do you know, the problem we are having is that people always muzzle power. When you muzzle power, you make everybody in the state to be apprehensive. In some states, like if I'm from some, allegedly, that was my son, somebody told me, allegedly if you are from state, if you talk against what government is not doing, or he said government is not doing this thing, tomorrow, the governor will tag you a member of IPOB. Tomorrow, the governor will tag you as a member of ECL. The people who are so apprehensive in the Southeast Igbo land, that where some governors, they feel free and do whatever they like, but nobody will talk to them. But as I told you, the day of reckoning is coming. It cannot be governor for more than 8 years. Even if you are governor for 16 years, that 16 years will elapse one day.
Now, Prince, I have a challenge personally. And can I share my challenge with you?
Go ahead, sir.
These governors who did not perform, about whom you are speaking now, still find their ways to picking tickets for the political parties. And the political parties will tell you they have an influence because the political parties want to win election. So, with their influence, they become prized in their political parties because they are most likely to win election. Can we now please have a conversation on how these governors and how these non-performing politicians win the election? Let me cite one or two examples. Very soon you will start seeing printed cloth with their names and their pictures on them. And women whose own dresses have torn and have been patching and managing in the past 2 years or 3 years or 4 years of that governor's tenure will suddenly get 3, 4, 5 pieces of cloth to wear. And suddenly, people will start getting empowerment. Envelopes of 10,000, 5,000. And suddenly, the electorate will start seeing these same people coming to the market square to shake hands with traders and all that, and then sitting down to join their akra fryer, or the person selling palm wine, or the person selling hura de nunu, sit down to buy and eat and drink with them. And the electorate tends to forget the non-performance of the past 4 or 5 years. So what do you say to the electorate? Because you see it play out.
Everything is crystal clear. In Nigeria, governors package poverty and they will give it to the electorate. When you package poverty and give to the electorate will have no any other option than to wait for you during the campaign. So you mentioned like clothes. Some will give bag of rice. They will spend the state money. Governor this bag of rice, for this rice, for this salt, and they will be sharing it to electorate. My brother, we have enough land in Nigeria. If you are a governor, that money you are going to use in buying more than 50 bags of rice to share to people. Why not use that money to cultivate rice, to have rice farm, agriculture farming, animal husbandry? We can use that money. See electricity now. I don't see electricity. People are campaigning, shouting their head. Electricity is busy. Commissioning projects. It's not campaigning. And it's not campaign. There was one day, as the president of, as the convener of Igbo Union, you know the press release. So if electricity score 80% of Federal vote, we ask him to step down. He won't be a governor of 5%. That means that the Igbos are so ungrateful. The least he can score is 85. We can accept it. You said it before. If he scored 80%, you're going to be governor of 5%.
Okay, Prince, I'm going to take you on now frontally. You, because you mentioned something, you are the convener of
Igbo Union.
Can I tell you also what these politicians will do and what they do? Because you are the convener, and because you hold these meetings all over the country and sometimes outside the country, speaking, trying to organize Igbo people where they are, they see you as a point of influence. And Prince, they want to reach the mass of people following you, and they come in division and say, Prince Elias, we need to, I just manage this 500 million. Because I'm telling you what happens. what should people like you therefore be doing? Because you become the vehicle for convincing those who have been impoverished to vote for the person who impoverished them.
Yeah, thank you for this point. Before Governor Soludo started demolition part of Onitsha market, I was in your sister station, Arise Television, and I told him that if you are breaking that market, you are not an emperor, you are a governor. Before you start to do what you want to do, please make sure that you have alternative place for the people of
those traders,
those other Ochanja market, or all those markets. Not Ochanja, I think it's Ochanja, that's the market. I told them, look for a place where the traders can stay before you start, or one of these in a market. Do you know that after that interview, somebody from Onitsha come and said that they want to honor me in Onitsha? I told him, no. I did it free of charge. I did it as an Igbo man. It's just a news clip, news interview. The people of Arise Television, they invited me. They didn't charge me money. So why should I use money? Why should I be collecting money from the people of or the tenants from Onitsha? Oh, they want to give me something. They are happy with what I said, defending them. Well, because they short the market because of streets are too much money. Yes. Because of Nnamdi Kanu. That's why the people say they will not. And I talk it sensible, like, but not what we are going to them. They should listen Nnamdi Kanu so that something will start, so that all those things will stop. That's what I'm doing now. But let's come back to what
yes, because the point I was trying to, the point I made was that people like you become the point for getting those who are impoverished by those in power to get your followers to then vote them back into power.
That's why we are saying that now any governor who refuses to perform, don't accept him, don't accept all his lineup, all his candidates. You know, they'll have candidates. Some of them will have, they want a person who will come and cover their shame. When you are there for 8 years, if you don't do anything. Then one governor from Southeast, he said in the office, a month to the time he's going to hand over. He was crying that, God, can you give me 2 months ago? It's like, even if they give you 6 months, you cannot perform. So people should stop all these cultural groups. Please, this is the time, you people, because after the free sharing rights, after that turn, people start suffering again. Don't vote anybody that you know that is, doesn't have their goodwill in their mind. Let me tell you something. In Igbo Union, we want to honor this woman. They say, why can't we honor her husband? Akpabio. Because it's Akpabio. We want to honor his wife. Because Akpabio, as a governor, he started road from Akwa Ibom to Arochukwu. That's a bridge they call Nkana Bridge. I think about 500, meters. Akpabio did it. Showing the relationship between the old Southeasterners. Akpabio today, that's not what we are doing, but I have to digress more. Akpabio today, he's former chief of staff at an Igbo man. He's one serving as an Igbo man. He built church in his in ENUGU, roads in ENUGU. So Igbo Union said to honor his wife because of what he's doing to us. And this is a challenge to our daughters that married influential men. So always tell them, please, this is where I am from. We don't have roads in our place. We don't have this, we don't have that. So they can do it. Not that when a flesher man married you, you forget your source. Because there's an adage that said that any river that forgets its source will dry up. So politicians, I'm begging, what do they call it? I'm begging the electorate. I'm begging cultural groups. Okay. Please don't accept anything from politicians. Always tell them, do this and do this, that. How can a governor be saying, he stay 8 years, he didn't do anything? When you want to go out, you plant your in-law, your son-in-law. You can't work in the Southeast. You can't work in the Southeast. there was allegedly a governor from Southeast who wanted to plant a young man sleeping with his daughter to be a governor. But the people rejected the son-in-law.
Oh, okay, no, wait. There's a difference, Prince. Let us be both courteous and civil with our language. It
is sleeping with your wife. Let us
call the person his in-law.
Yes.
That's not somebody sleeping with his daughter. No.
Okay, I know too. But let us sleep with your daughter.
Please.
Okay. I will do that. I will do that.
I'm an elder.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much.
Yes, sir, I will do that.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Now we are discussing.
I know you said now. Please let us be serious.
Yes. Let us. We have been focusing on the governors.
Yes, sir.
In assessing the failure or success of the subnationals and what the electorate should be doing with them. Now, can we begin to look at the local governments? We raised something here this morning, and that is you thanked the president, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, for working to give financial autonomy to local governments. The expectation from ordinary Nigerians, therefore, is that the local governments should be given more development at the local level. But for goodness sake, that's not what is happening. Even though the president contradicted himself, and I must say that publicly, because after obtaining that Supreme Court judgment that gave financial autonomy to the local governments, the president told the governors when they visited him in Ikoyi that he was not taking away their local government from them. That was contradiction. But let's assume that the judicial pronouncement is the bottom line, is the ultimate position. Why is it that the local government chairmen seem to be just lapdogs sitting attached to the governors as masters? What should the electorate be telling them? Because some of them also want to return for a second term, or some of them want to go for higher positions, political positions. Is it not time also to begin to say, let's begin to hold them to account?
Yeah. You know, that's where we went to last time. They said that to whom much is
given.
No, they said during our NUJ press week in Transcorp.
Yes.
They said to whom much is expected, much is
what should be
to whom much is expected,
much should be given.
Not the other way we also. So these governors, they are the problem of Nigeria. You are talking about holding
the local government chairman
accountable. How can you hold local government accountable when they handpick all those local governments? Some of them are attacked. Some local governments are attacked. It's only in Niger State here you see a local government chairman who has a doctorate degree, who is a doctor, who is this, who is that. So local governments are attacked. And governor brought them. This, at the end of the day, allegedly, I'm not here. You said that you received 500 million.
And you signed.
At the end of the day, when chiefs are down, that must be right for
of course.
Local government chairman, and let me warn you, you are going to account for the money you are collecting. Go to Niger State. They have social development something, I don't know what they call it. That's why Lesotho is working in all the local governments in Niger State. All the local Lesotho is working in all the local governments in Niger State. Project. So we will not see one single
naira from their own allocation.
Yes, from one single convert. That's what man they call a Lesotho. People should be letting him. He's tall at surface, but a giant at heart.
Yeah, but the issue I want you to address is what should we be telling? Is it okay? You said that a number of those local government chairmen may end up in jail because they have now received Supreme Court backing to be financially autonomous. If they are there and they are signing documents that incriminate them as having received what they did not receive, the day of reckoning is coming.
Yes.
And if they end up in Kuje or Kirikiri, that is surely their own business.
Yes.
But the electorate is my interest this morning. Some of the local government chairmen may want to go to higher political positions. If they are so lily-livered as not to protect the authority, autonomy given to them by the judiciary, should they go any further?
No. Local government chairman, as I said before, governors have picked them. But where you're going to hold them, in case some of them that are educated, that want to go to House of Assembly, they want to go to House of Rep, even some of them would like to go to House of Senate, it depends. Electorate will ask them, you are local government chairman for 3 years, 4 years. What did you do to us? What did you do for us? What did you brought to us? Electorate should reject them. And not only local government chairman, electorate should reject senators, House of Rep members, House of Assembly members who want to come back again, or who want to go and do other things. Electorate should reject them. I believe they should reject them. You see, in Nigeria, governors feel that, you see, a governor now, you be a governor. When you want to select your commissioner, you select by yourself. But when president wants to select minister, you want him to consult with you before he can select a minister for your state. And yes, a minister. And those governors, they overbearing, they over-assessing themselves. They are giving themselves the power they don't have. But we are waiting for them. That's why some of them, after being a governor, they want to go and be Senate president. Because they cannot mix with people. So that the immunity will be covering them. A governor, after being a governor, they want to go and be a Senate president. No. No. Akpado is not my friend. By the grace of God, if Tinubu comes back to power, let Akpado remain there. But if any other person comes, if they want to choose Akpado, I'll be happy because Akpado is our in-law. He's doing a lot. He's doing a lot for us.
Praise. Now, there is an institution that ought to be holding the state governments and the state governor to account and prevent the governor from the excessive use of his executive powers, the state legislature. You just said now that it is the state governor that most of the time handpick those who become local government chairmen. You also said here that the state governors wrestle the money allocated to local governments to do whatever they want with it. If the state governors are acting this way, what of the state legislature? The state legislature is supposed to check the excesses of the governors. It is either they are complicit or they are incompetent. If they are complicit, what should the electorate act? If my phone was here, I could have shown you videos of some legislators who want to return to power across the country. And I sit down and ask myself that if these people are not able to check the excesses of the governor and they want to go back to power, what do they go back there to do? So, those of them who want to even return to the state legislature, who have not been able to perform and check the governors, should they go back there?
You said they are either
complicit or incompetent.
They are both. They are both. The judges are both. You ask me why? Okay, some governors will come to power now. When they come to power now, the opposition party, they have something like 9 members in the House of
Assembly.
You know what they will do? They'll go and buy. They'll go and buy them. When they bought them over, then his party will have majority in the House of Assembly.
Prince, did you hear the language he used? And that is the language I want you to address. They buy them over. In other words, those legislators have put themselves up for sale.
They are now slaves to the governor. I'm coming, sir. They are not slaves to the governor. I said, if a governor come to power now, some of them, what they will look, how many, he said 9 members, 10 members of opposition party, maybe 3 from that part, 2 from 1, you bought them over. When you bought them over, they are now his slave. Then, you know, there always be a contest who will be the speaker, who will be house leader, deputy speaker. The governor will go and choose. He will choose for them. And use money also. That's the end of that legislators. That's what they call rubber stamp. The House of Assembly will be permanently the rubber stamp
for the governor. Prince, wait. My producer. Okay, go ahead.
Some of them. A speaker of House of Assembly. If you want to meet his wife, you got to take permission from the governor. I'm telling you. He's caged. He's caged. Go ahead, sir.
Now, my producer says I don't have more than 2 minutes.
Yes, sir.
In all this conversation we have had this morning, let's look at the takeaways. Governors who have not performed, who want to return, electorate should reject them. That's what you said.
Yes, reject them. Reject them.
Governors who have not performed, who want to go to the Senate, the electorate should dump them.
Yes.
But I said to you, the political parties consider them as people of influence, and the parties want to win election. Riding on the back of incompetence or corruption to win election. How good is that?
Yes. Because, most of the governors are not working. They will carry the whole money. They use that money to buy votes. That's why some of them, their political party are giving them a ticket. But this time, people are awake. I am appealing to the electorate. When a former governor, a senator, former senator, a sitting governor, when they bring money to you to vote for them, collect it and don't vote for them. That money is your money.
Okay, that money is your money. That's what Prince is saying. In the last election, we are told, collect the money, is your money. But it's a bit difficult in a very moralistic society like ours. How can I collect this man's money? But Prince says it is not their
It is your money, not the governor's money.
Your money, not the governor's money. Well, I don't know whether they should even collect it at all.
No,
because sometimes it's good to tell the truth right in the face of the criminal. But that's your position. In the past 1 hour, I've been conversing with Prince Elias Odemena. He's the convener of Igbo Union. But this morning, he came in his capacity as publisher and public affairs analyst. We've looked at the day of reckoning as political activities pick up. We looked at what the performance records of the governors are. Some of them are exiting now because they have completed their tenure. Some of them are asking for a re-election. The question is, have they justified re-election? Have they justified being given another opportunity at a different level of our governance structure? His one regular line is, either failed, don't give them a second chance. Don't give them a second chance, because the leopard does not change its spot. Prince, I want to thank you for finding time to join us this morning.
Thank you, sir. And thank you for having me again.
Thank you very much.
It's a pleasure.
My name is Wabwes Njoka. Of course, the name never changes. I want to thank you for investing your time with us this morning. Please have a great day. Bye-bye.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day. We at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Wyatt is overrated, and they even overrated themselves and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what they call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change a narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Tired of the snow? Tired of the bad TV signals? Nigeria has gone digital. Introducing Free TV, the national platform for every Nigerian. Get 100 plus channels immediately. Sports, news, and entertainment in your native language with clear picture quality. Whether you're in the city or the village, our satellite signal reaches every corner of 36 states from day one. No monthly subscription, just a compatible decoder and you are set. It's a national asset built for you. Take the show on the road, download the Free TV app and stream your favorite channels anywhere. Starting this May, scan to download the app or call 0700 388 7277. Free TV, digital TV for free. Brought to you by NBC.
This is Signature Television Unscripted. My name is Mike Ubani. We are going to examine crucial developments in our country in the last 1 week. And we are going to talk about the primaries of the ruling All Progressives Congress, the primaries to elect candidates for the National Assembly, the governorship, and the state houses of assembly. How did it go? There have been lots of complaints arising from the primaries. Some politicians feel that they were shortchanged, that the system didn't go, the exercise didn't go well. There were lots and lots of manipulations and rigging that saw them out of being defeated in the election. And the question is, if the ruling All Progressive Congress cannot organize free and fair primaries, what will happen to the general elections in 2027? Is it the kind of thing we are going to see? Are we going to see a free, fair election or a rigged election? Then we come to the issue of the book, or the autobiography written by the former head of state, General Yakubu Gowon. He just launched his autobiography, My Service of Duty and Allegiance. And a lot of people who attended that book unveiling praised him for unifying the country and also for introducing the 3 R's: reconciliation, reconstruction, and rehabilitation. That we ask ourselves, so many years after the end of the war, has there been, have we seen the reconciliation? Have we seen the reconstruction and the rehabilitation? Then we are happy that the court the other day extended the time, or rather knocked off some INEC guidelines regarding the conduct of the election, and one important one has to do with the time lag, for the different political parties to submit members, their membership list to INEC. In fact, by going by the INEC guideline, it ended on 10th of May. But the court has now said, no, this is contrary to the provision of the Constitution and the Electoral Act, and extended the submission of a membership list to September, and that gives room for, so we are going to look at the implication of, this court ruling. And with me in the studio to do justice to these topics and more is on my immediate right, Mr. Martin and Mr. Ani. You are welcome to the program.
Thank you, Chief Ubani.
Thank you, Dr. Ukeje. You're welcome to the program. It's nice having you. And to our listeners, viewers, we say, stay with us, and we are going to serve you well. So, what do you make out of let's start from the book launch.
Okay.
Go on, the book launch.
Well,
okay. So what do you make out of the book?
Well, I have not had much insight into the book because it was just launched, I think, 2 days ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, the book was launched 2 days ago, but just like every other book, it's his own thinking, it's his own understanding, and he's entitled to script whatever he felt that transpired, within 1967 and during the war and all that. So, but the key thing that I gleaned out of the book was when he mentioned that it was Ojukwu that caused the war. But I recall vividly that that was what they had as Aburi Accord. So then, well, if Ojukwu and Gowon had gone to Ghana in Aburi and then agreed to do a particular thing, and then by the time, as we were told, Buhari, what is his name, Gowon came back, I realized that he didn't do a good bargaining, and that the agreement he signed on to wouldn't favor him, and then started going against the agreement. So you can't say it was Ojukwu's, Ojukwu disobeyed. No. So that's actually what I see. But like I stated earlier, he's entitled to whatever he felt, and then to the extent he has gone to reconcile Nigerians with his Nigerian prayer, that's one thing we have known him for. So after the war, he turned born again, according to him. We don't know who is born again and who is not, except the Lord himself knows who he is. So he has been praying around. I think with that prayer team that has been going around, I think he has made some impact to heal the wounds of the war. But with regards to what transpired in Ghana, after Ghana and all that, I don't think it's squarely on Ojukwu. You can't put the blame entirely on Ojukwu. It takes two to tango. So Nigerian government must have done something also to have triggered the war.
Yeah,
the killings, the backtracking and all that. So that's just what I want. So I congratulate him on his launch.
Yeah, just like so many officials of government have congratulated him, the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, congratulated him, the vice president, and all that. Doctor, looking at the book, I don't know whether you've read the book. I'm sure you've heard about the book. Even if you have not read it, you've heard about the book. But one issue I want us to look at is the issue. Gowon was praised for the 3 hours, for introducing the 3 hours, after the end of the war. And here we are. Do you think that those 3 hours, reconstruction, rehabilitation, and were carried through, after the war? Any reconstruction, one can talk about in the war-affected areas, especially the southeast, where we are today. Any rehabilitation? Is the unity there? A lot of people said God will unify the country. Is the unity there? Is it possible that he succeeded? Because after the war, he was head of state. He was head of state. The war ended in 1970. He was overthrown in 1985, July 29, 1985. So he has 85 rather. Is it? 75. Yeah, 75. Right. That's 75. Yeah. So he had 7 years after the end of the war. Did he implement those policies that he initiated after the Civil War?
I think we have moved from the book launch to some other thing, because the
that's still part of the book.
The 3 R's is a government program, not his personal program. Yeah. But I can tell you that the war damaged Nigeria, or at least damaged the eastern region. The damages of the war included personal houses, personal homes, personal companies. I'm not aware of anybody who had a company or who had a home damaged during the war that received compensation, that was helped to reconstruct. A majority of the schools in the war-affected areas were owned by missions. Catholic Church had the most, followed by what is now called the Church of Nigeria Anglican Communion, the Methodists, Baptists, few government schools. Bishop Okoye was the Assistant Bishop of ENUGU Catholic Diocese. He made efforts to reconstruct the schools that were damaged. I attended a Catholic school. The government didn't do anything. What they did was to seize the school and say, we are taking it over. People should go to school, there will be no fees. But before we arrived, they said they had formed parent-teacher association without the parents, without the teachers, and asked students to pay levies imposed on parents and teachers. People who were poor. Government facilities, like Ojiriba Power Station. My father worked there. It was a functional power station before the war. But it's not here now. So where is the reconstruction? The Nkalagu cement factory. The federal government invested in the company to reactivate it. But it was part of the people that killed it, because the production process was a dry process. You needed to feed it with coal, put in the kiln to burn the limestone and produce cement. The coal corporation was not rehabilitated. So Nkalago is gone. I don't know what is rehabilitation, except that the war also helped some people, helped us in a way. Many of our leading academics and administrators were working at the University of Ibadan, University of Lagos, and the federal government. Many of them who came back because they were no longer safe remained. Nsukka was a university, all right, but it was just a university. The major people who were driving the university were foreigners attracted by Dr. Nnamdi Azikiwe because he studied in the US. Those people ran away for their lives during the war. They didn't come back. So it was these people who came back from University of Lagos, University of Ibadan, who reinforced Nsukka and got it to where it was able to recover somehow. There was the second National Development Plan to succeed the first National Development Plan, 1962 to 1968, which was from 1970 to 1974, yes, which the government started. If it was part of the reconstruction, it affected people outside the war-affected areas benefited more because the Federal Commissioner for Works, Alhaji Okunu, although he was yes, although he was classmate with a lot of Igbos in King's College, but he took it upon himself to be bitter with the Igbos. You know, he was openly, even in the Executive Council, enunciating that things should not be done here, and nobody sanctioned him for it.
Okay.
You know, this book has come. It's good that it has come out so it can be examined. I've not read it, but I know that I have read a lot of accounts. It's from Umahia. He used to sympathize with the Northern People's Congress before the war. After the war, he was appointed a Federal Commissioner for Agriculture.
Okay, that's Doctor.
Yeah, doctor is a PhD holder.
Yeah.
Well, at the Federal Executive Council, he was almost being opposed. He was the person that handed over the School of Agriculture, Omudike, to the federal government for rehabilitation. You can see where it was. At the time I was in secondary school, if you went to Omudike for 2 days, you were almost like an agricultural assistant because there was something you could get. Now it's the Federal University of Agriculture. But it's just a university. People are starving around the place. I don't know whether you have passed from there to Ikotek. So there was damage. The School of Hygiene at Aba was producing people who could inspect streets and make sure that drains are cleaned. Where are they today? You know, so it's good that he has given an account, but I can tell you that I have read books by Jem Bengo. I've read books by several people. Even Lindsay Barrett wrote something, you know, a kind of promotional for T.Y. Danjuma. Late Husseini also wrote or gave interviews. The objective of the counter coup was abandoned, and Igbos were being killed just like. So if he said he was reconciling, those people who were killed unjustly, they were not coup makers, they were not related to the coup makers, but they were killed. I can tell you one person, Francis Ella, is from River State. He was a teacher in a school around Abeokuta. But some soldiers from the north traced him to the secondary school to kill him. He was lucky he escaped with his life. I know somebody who lives in ENUGU here. He was the engineer in charge of the waterworks at in Lagos. He was nearly killed. He was just rescued by the act of God because he was a kind person. Somebody from the north who lived around there. People called him. He spoke to these two soldiers who wanted to kill him and said, "Please leave me, he's my friend." Is that what have you reconciled? Immediately after the war, there was a lady who was killed in Kaduna, one Caroline, an Igbo girl. Nothing was done. He has not. In 2011, when Jonathan won the election, people were killed, and mostly Igbos. In Bauchi, 5 people, foreign graduates who came back and they were doing youth service. They were burnt alive because Jonathan won in the place. But Jonathan's sympathizer, the current governor of Bauchi State, is still in office. So, a state is a unit of the international system, but Nigeria is a state, and it's a country, but it consists of many, many nations. The concept that will unite Nigeria has not come. And I believe that book, the writing, is consistent with some conspiracy to alert people. Maybe that Obi is an Igbo person. They have come again. Because some of the things even he wrote in that book, that some officers wanted to kill Ojukwu who was not available to them. So how can you say you didn't want to kill him? That some, what you call young officers, Ironsi tried to reconcile by appointing him below rank to give people a notion that what the people who executed the coup did were bad. Now, if you did overthrow Ironsi, why don't you return power to those people who were unjustly killed? I mean, their team. You didn't do it. You remained in office till 1975. But these are personal things now, because we are talking about things that are older than us.
Yeah.
What people do depends on the circumstances they find themselves in. On this note, I just want to say that, you know, what we will be talking about in intergroup relations, interpersonal relationships are different. I've met Gowon when he came to see somebody, a lady whose husband died in ENUGU.
Yeah.
He came very simply, and he was an impressive person. But I don't think I can read the book, because if Dangote donated 3 billion, the printer may not print again.
No, T.Y. Danjuma.
T.Y. Danjuma, okay, 3 billion.
3 billion.
Dangote 500
million.
Yeah.
And
then,
so many, I'm even surprised that the Vice President Shetima, you know, imposed 25 million naira on each of the state governors, 36 state governors of the Federation, asked them to pay 25 million.
That's
25 million for the, but we're not going to leave this issue until we talk about the inability or the refusal of General Gowon to apologize to the Igbos for, you know, yes, I mean, there was a coup, 1966 coup, January 15, 1966 coup, which was allegedly masterminded by Igbo officers, and there was a counter coup followed by massive, you know, killings of Igbos. We do know, or still remember about the massacre of the 3,000 young men in Asaba. And nobody, even Gowon himself, Gowon was head of state when all these things took place. And looking at his book, no apology, no remorse, you know, for the unjust killings, you know, of Igbos during the Civil War. And I don't know how you respond to this.
Well, a general is a general. So what do you expect from him? To start crying and then falling on the ground. So I think he has never done that. He will never do that. The man is at the departure launch. So he's racing against time, and he's able to come up with this book. So since he hasn't apologized from that date, of course, he has told us that it was in the service of the nation. All that he did was professionally, as a professional military man. So you didn't expect that it was a personal thing that he did. Both the Civil War, the engagement, military and all that, were all in the service of Nigeria. So it was not a personal thing. So you don't expect the man to apologize. He's a general and he remains one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because apologizing is almost like saying we regret the war. And then you can imagine the issues that will follow. So because if you say you regret the war, people will say you should not compensate. People should say you should be able to
Dr. KJ,
so that's my take.
There's something called karma, retributive justice. A lot of people have said that the killings in the Plateau region, I mean the current killings in the Plateau region, in his domain, which he has not been able to, you know, stop as a general, you know, is as a result of you know, the killings of Igbo, the massacres of Igbo, the program that took place during his watch as president, as head of state.
I think we are Christians. We don't, karma is a kind of imagination. Actually, during the, will I say, pogrom, the traditional ruler of Jos did not want the Igbos attacked. He didn't approve of it. But because the people there, the Birom, are a minority, it is the people who are immigrated into that area that effected their wish. The same thing in Yola, the emir was protecting the Igbos, but I mean, the rioters could not do that. So even now, the problem in Plateau is on the Birom. People from other parts of Plateau are not sympathetic to the Birom people. If they were and they joined them, I mean, the matter would have been settled. And you can see Jonah Jank came from that place. And when he was governor, he tried to tackle the problem. I think the other governor that was also removed was from Jos area. So it's not common. It's only that Nigeria was set up by force. And that force continued to propel. Just look at what happened in Oyo State. That place is Ogbomosho.
Yeah.
Area. Huh? Where Akintola comes from. Okay. Adekunle was a staff officer in ENUGU here when the first and second coup happened. When Ejo, their commander, became a military governor, he came up. When Ojukwu decided to declare Biafra or felt that people were safe, he approved that weapons should be given to the soldiers who are not from the Eastern region to let them go out of the region, and that they should return the weapons after. And Adekunle and these people moved, and they didn't return the weapons. One of the things that made Akintola bitter was that Akintola was from his area. He is also from Ogbomosho. Today, the people he protected are kidnapping his people, cutting off their head. Where is the anger? I don't think we should be bothering ourselves about this thing, because what when you hear some people, you discover that the factors of that war had damaged psychology. El Rufai's son, the one that is in House of Reps, there was a time he made a snide remark about Igbo people. He said the Igbo cry, because a lot of women were raped here. The people who raped them, when they went home, they made it a story. Sanusi Lamido Sanusi, the current emir or one of the emirs of Kano, he wrote in a book that Igbos were taught a lesson. He was a child at the time. You know, if you are talking about rehabilitation, the secondary school that Nzogwu attended, St. Patrick's in Kaduna, it had been converted to a Muslim school. The Catholic Church handed it over to them. He did it. So I think he said he didn't want to open old wounds. You know, there's an English saying that silence is golden. Given what many people have spoken about, and he was silent for a long time, personally, I would believe that, you know, if he was talking about his memoir, his life, he could have just concerned himself about himself.
Yeah.
If I see the book, if I see the book, because he was not the organizer of the coup, from what other people said, he should have just left it. Good thing, he also admitted that Igbos were killed in the north. Many other people didn't say it; they just glossed over it. They called it retaliation. So he could have concerned himself with his personal life.
Okay.
One of the things I would like to see from that book is, why did he try to run for president under option A4 in Wusasa, and he was,
defeated.
Very much defeated? And before this book came out, I think he called on Tinubu. I don't know what he went there to do. This book has now come out, you know, to create an atmosphere that could have a political dynamic. But like I said, I don't believe in karma, because God is in charge.
Yeah. Yeah.
Anybody doing anything must be very ethical and moral.
Gentlemen, the politics is heating up, and we've seen the primaries, conducted by the ruling national APC, and I believe tomorrow the presidential primaries will take place. But those, or is it today?
Yeah,
okay. We've had a lot of APC members complaining that they were rigged out, that the election was manipulated, you know, and there is a possibility that some of those aggrieved APC members may defect to other political parties, especially now that there is a window, you know, for you to do so, given against the backdrop of the recent ruling of the court, you know, extending the timeline for the submission of membership list to INEC. But you know, is this a mirror of what we are going to? That's what is going to play out during the 2027 general election. If the ruling political party cannot organize a free, fair, and credible primaries, you know, the expectation is that they will do worse things during the general election. I don't know how you react to that.
Okay, just to, you know,
because in Nasarawa,
yeah,
in Kwara, in